Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Serena, your today's host for the conference. I'm a program manager at Platinum Global Solutions, London. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all at our Private Banking and Wealth Management e-conference 2021. So thank you all for joining this virtual meeting. I hope every one of you enjoying their best health. So whether you are attending this event for the first time or you have been a part of our top-notch conferences before, I'm sure that your experience as private banking and wealth management e-conference will be worthwhile and productive. So, ladies and gentlemen, our conferences have a reputation among delegates and suppliers as a must-attend event. I hope that the highly focused business development opportunities through the cutting-edge conference program and the numerous networking opportunities will all contribute to a successful and enjoyable event for you. So now I would especially like to thank our key presenters, and now I will introduce you to our speaker lineup for today's conference, which includes Daniel Brudre. He is Head of Business Development at Globalance, and he will be presenting on making sustainable investment tangible. Okay, and then we have Fahim Afghan. He is the Senior Product Marketing Manager from Egress. He will be presenting on solving the #1 security risk in financial services. Then we have Martina McPherson. She is Head of ESG Strategy at Ordo BHF. Her thoughts will be on sustainable investing, implication for private wealth management. And then we have Marina Markezic. She is working as co-founder at Unlocked. She will be exploring crypto assets, NFT regulation in Europe. Then we have Professor Dr. Annabelle Terence Haber, the Managing Director from SRH Institute. Her topic will be sustainable finance. And then we have John Tehan. He's working as portfolio manager at RWC. His topic is broadening the definition of impact investing. And then we have Maria Brumberg, the head of payments and billing project unit from Payments OP. She will be discussing the securing real-time payments and mitigating real-time fraud risk. Then we have Amit Agarwal. He is the head of operations at KPMG. He will be presenting on finance in private banking space. So that's it for the speaker lineup today. I hope that we will learn new ideas from each other, which we could adopt for further improve our work in this specific area. So, ladies and gentlemen, our opening presenter for today's presentation is Daniel Brudre, and he will be with us within few moments. Stay connected. Thank you. Hello, good morning, Daniel. How are you?
Good morning, I'm fine. I hope you're doing fine too.
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Thank you. So, okay, so Daniel, thank you so much for being here with us. We are proud to have you as our keynote speaker. So, Daniel, please share your screen with us.
I will do that.
Perfect.
So,
perfect. Yes, I can see it. So, Daniel, you can start your presentation now. The stage is all yours. Good luck.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, dear all. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak at the Private Banker and Wealth Management Conference. And my name is Daniel Brudre, and I'm responsible at Globalance for the business development. Now, today I'll be talking about how you can make sustainable investments tangible. It's a huge topic. We all realize that sustainable investments are on the rise and on the way to become mainstream in the financial industry, which from my perspective is a huge chance for banks to attract new client groups, and last but not least to grow obviously their business too. And I just realized that I think from 5 out of 9 topics are geared towards sustainable and impact investments, which just shows to you obviously it is a huge topic. However, there is still a lot of greenwashing out there, and the topic is transferred from my point of view, in a complicated way to customers, so they have difficulties to understand what it's all about. And I'd like to show you how you can do this in a very simple way, easy way, and why I would also like to show you why, in this case, a sustainable reporting is a key to the whole value chain of sustainable investments to attract new clients. Now, I will also obviously talk about two mega trends, digitalization and sustainable investing, which equals green fintech. And I'll be using our example to show you how we are creating disruption in the financial industry and uniting both topics and ultimately creating value for the industry. Now, please allow me also first to say a couple of words about Globelance, because I believe not a lot of you will know us. So very, very briefly, now we have a mission. What we want to do for our class is to invest in future-oriented companies, so companies that have interesting business models and which address the global challenges with the business models and solve them, obviously, and hopefully can shape a positive future. So this is our pure mission. We've been founded in 2011. We have a FINMA license, so a banking license. We're based in Zurich, and we have a subsidiary in Munich. And we fully focus on asset management related activities. Over the last 2 years, we have grown over 50% in terms of net new money, which just shows you that it is on the agenda of investors, and you can grow with this topic very, very fast and very, very large. 95% of our portfolios are discretionary portfolio mandates, and only roughly 5% are advisory clients we have. We have zero legacies, which allows us to invest our money into or to innovate and invest in future-oriented products. And what is quite interesting is that more than half of private clients are female private clients we take care of. The bank belongs also to all its employees, so we are not listed at any stock exchange. Now, we have set the ground for a bright future of sustainable investment some time ago already. So in 1995, we founded SAM Sustainable Asset Management. That may ring a bell to you. We launched the Dow Jones Sustainability Index in 1999. We then sold the company in 2008 to a large financial institution, to Robeco, and then founded Globelance Bank in 2011. I mentioned it, we focus on investing in the future. That's our strong belief. So we have three ingredients: investing in the future. We also want to create with our investments a positive impact on society, the environment, and the economy. And obviously, along with that goes as well that we want that our investments must withstand rigorous financial analysis. Now, I can tell you an awful lot how good we are and how much we have done in the field of sustainable investments, but a third party can do that even better. We are a B Corp certified company, and we meet the highest standards when it comes to social and environmental impact. Now, we live in times of great challenges, as we all know. These challenges are fast moving, but abrupt and disruptive. Just think about various industries. Think about the music industry, the car industry, and even now the financial industry. Companies like Tesla, are entering sectors they have not been in, and they're changing the industry from ground. But we also live on a planet which today is consuming 1.7 planets. And looking forward, by 2030, we might be using 3 planets. So if this would be a business model, from my perspective, this would be a very inefficient business model. And accordingly, the topic of sustainability is becoming obviously increasingly important, and huge opportunities are opening up, in particular for us financial institutions. But I also see in the market that a lot of financial institutions, see it rather as a threat as an opportunity. And we have a huge momentum as well in the market. As you can see here, two examples, we have a society that is realizing that we need to invest our money in a more sustainable way to achieve a positive impact. We have politicians, it's on the agenda of many politicians in the world. We have a new action plan which is forcing more sustainable investments. So we have a lot of momentum, and we also have momentum in the field of clients, be it institutional or private clients. So given these movements, we realize that in particular women, families, and next gens are highly interested in the topic, and obviously they want to make sure that their money they invest in doesn't destroy, exploit, or or do bad things, obviously to our future. What is quite interesting is millennials, so they do not only buy green products, they also invest green, so they want the best of two worlds. They want performance and they want impact. And I believe for banks, millennials, in particular wealthy millennials, are a very key element we should really take care of. Looking at the volume in this field, I have here a graph from Switzerland from the year 2018 to 2019. You can see we have a huge exponential growth, in particular the light blue part in the field of private clients. So they invest more and more in sustainable investments. We have a growth of roughly 185%. The institutional business has also grown very fast, obviously in absolute terms much more than private clients, but I'm sure they will be catching up. Now, if we look at the whole value chain from a customer's point of view, how do we transfer the messages of such investments to customers? It seems to be quite confusing. It's very difficult. I mean, we are talking about ESG, SRI, ethical investments, so it makes it difficult to understand what it's about. A lot of them get lost in the methodologies. We have various methodologies and do not really understand the portfolio because they have no transparency. And then we also have from my perspective, the biggest issues are the CRMs, which are hesitant to, talk about the information, to make statements. They are inexperienced. They are not educated. They have no training sessions. So we have a huge gap here. And I will talk about the study after quick. And also, if you offer sustainable investments or impact investments, you have to make sure that you have a really good reporting in place that obviously the end customer understands, and we have a big gap here. And also with regard to communication marketing, you really have to think about how you make your offering in the market. Now here, as I mentioned, the big problem is the CRM. Here you can see a study from Morgan Stanley. So they asked the investors, are you interested in the topic? And on average, 70% said, yes, we are interested. If you look at the millennials, I mentioned before, a key group of potential clients, it's even higher with 84%. So you can see interest is here. But on the other hand, if you look, how high is the interest with the advisors? It's very low. Only 7% said, well, I'm highly interested in the topic. So we have a disconnect here between investors and advisors. And what also is quite interesting, if you look at ESG reporting, how is that set up? Now that's what is shown to the end client in today's world. And from my perspective, it's very complicated to understand what this is all about. So we have to transfer that in a much more simple and visualized, understandable way. Now, from our perspective, with regard to the topic, we are hanging on the left-hand side. We talk about various methodologies. I mentioned it, SRI, ESG, and so on. Portfolios are built with exclusions, even best in class. So we take every sector into consideration. And this is from our perspective, it's not enough. It's not enough to go this route. You also have to combine that with future-oriented topics. And we should learn not to build boring companies. We should learn to build convincing portfolios. We should learn to build portfolios that make really fun again, so that it's fun actually to go to the banker again and to talk about their investments. Now, what we try to do at Global, we try to build future-oriented portfolios with addressing new technologies, exciting portfolios, really trying to show the impact of the portfolio, and that makes me feel like, well, that makes the end customer feel very proud about his portfolio because he has an impact. Now, how is this done in today's world, or has it been done over the last 20 or so 30 years? What you can see here is a statement of holding from 1999, so roughly 22 years ago. So that's how it looked like from a Swiss bank, very simple, a couple of numbers. And if you look at the year 2021, I mean, to be honest, it looks almost the same. And from my perspective, it's for the end client, not much has changed, and it's a pity actually that not much has changed. And now what we actually did at Globalance, we all know we live in a world of Netflix, Spotify, Tesla, and I would guess that you all have subscriptions, or at least one subscription of Netflix or Spotify, or you may drive a Tesla. I mean, you have a completely different look and feel of this world. So what we actually did, we asked us the question, if Netflix would be a financial institution and would have to build a reporting, how would they do that? What kind of elements would they consider? And we came up with a new perspective, as you can see here, with a couple of elements we take into consideration in order to make sustainable investments more tangible. So we decided to build a digital world map for investors. We can use it to assess future viability and sustainability of their investments, and it helps them to better understand the complex relationships of financial investments and their impact by means of interactive infographics. So in other words, it's a Google Earth for investors, and the user has access to thousands of companies. At this stage, I think it's around 14,000 companies and even bonds to measure their impact on the economy, society, and the environment. And what you can see here is the footprint, which is, call it the ESG methodology, which we have built up. We have mega trends we want to look at. We have a climate part. So we want our clients to really understand on what kind of warming potential they are, if they are on a 5-degree or a 2-degree, according to the Paris Climate Agreement path or not. And then obviously we also build into the system the returns and performance, which remains still a very key element. This from a portfolio level, and also for each individual investment product or investment company they are invested in. And we have built a complete look through, for example, of funds or structured products. Now I'd like to show you a video, and I hope that you can hear the sound, so I will just give it a try. Doesn't seem that it's working. I'll try again, otherwise I'll skip the video. You can see it on our webpage. Okay, it doesn't seem that it functions. I didn't see any movement, but if you're interested, you can go on our webpage and you can have a look at the video. But what I would like to do now is to take you on the platform and to share a couple of comments, because I'm pretty sure you haven't seen such a reporting in the financial industry up to today. So what you can see here as an example, you can see the S&P 500, the ingredients of the S&P 500 on 4 digital globes. So on the left-hand side, you have a globe called climate, you have a globe called footprint, and the globe called megatrends, and the globe called returns. So what you can see here is the climate globe. You can see that the S&P 500, with all its 500 companies, has an average warming potential of 3 degrees. The Paris Climate Agreement, we have a target of 2 degrees. So, we're not very close to the 2 degrees yet with all the companies in the S&P 500. You can see that roughly 27% have a warming potential of 0 to 2 degrees, and the rest is between 2 and 10 degrees. So roughly 1/5 is between 4 and 10 degrees. You can look at the globe. I mean, a first snapshot just tells you, well, it doesn't look too good, the portfolio. You could, for example, click on Spain here, and what you see then are the 3 largest companies in Spain with the largest revenues, so Apple, Microsoft, and Amazon. and you can see the degrees of each of these companies as such. So, for example, Apple having a warming potential of 2.9 degrees. You can make the globe bigger or smaller. You can turn it as you wish. You can scroll down. We have a couple of information here related to the warming potential. You can see a selection of the companies. Obviously, we can't show 500 companies because that would be too much also for the user. So we show roughly 50 to 60 companies in the S&P 500. Williams with a 10-degree pass, and here the best Intel with 1.3. You can see here all the investments. You can open them, and you can see the percentage in the percentage of the holding in the S&P 500. And then what you also can do, you can look at the companies from a city point of view here. You can turn it, you can look from the top. You see Apple is a large chunk in the S&P 500. That's the size, and the color actually red is bad, and blue, light blue, dark blue is a good climate warming potential. And then you have all the companies, once again, the warming potential. You can select the worst or the best. You can filter, and also here Apple is the largest chunk in the S&P 500 with a weighting of roughly 6% and so on. You can also, you have a 2D view as well, so you can see a couple of the companies in this way. The same obviously goes for the footprint, which is the ESG approach. That's our approach. We have a globe here as well, so you can see that roughly or the portfolio has a footprint score from 0 to 100 of 58, which means it's okay, but it's not really good. And you can also see at a first glance, how is the portfolio doing around the world. So roughly 50% is positive, and then the rest of the companies, so roughly 250 companies in the S&P 500, have a negative impact or a neutral impact. And then you can scroll down, you see the scores, the footprint scores of the overall portfolio. So for example, you have a score of 53 in terms of the economy, and you can see what we look at. You could also dive into the topics. We are transparent and show what we look at, and you can also look at the same with regard to the society. The score is 45 points, and the portfolio has quite a good score, in particular in the area of the environment. And then once again, all the companies here, the whole list, you can filter according to the overall footprint. If you're only interested in the footprint related to the environment, you can look at this column here, and so on. And then we also have a section megatrends, because from our view, ESG data is related to the past, and it will take you about 1.5 years until you get the actual ESG data from the research providers. So from our perspective, this is not enough. So we want to also understand, what kind of impact does a business model or a product have in the future. And we also want to understand the tectonic shifts in the markets today, because we believe this is very important in order to make the right investments. So we look at a couple of mega trends, and you can see that the S&P 500 is with roughly 70% in all these mega trends. And you can see we have digitalization from digitalization trends right down to new mobility. And then you can also look at these individual mega trends, the exposure of the S&P 500 as an example. And you can click on the trend, and we will describe what is it all about. I can click on, for example, new mobility. And you can see now the exposure in this field of the S&P 500. And you can see which companies have an exposure to the topic or megatrend mobility. Then obviously the returns are a key element as well. So you can see, for example, that the S&P 500 has a return of 30% up to now. Last year, 18%. You can look at the returns here. If you have multi-asset class portfolios, for example, you can upload them. You can look at the returns, also the returns of each individual asset class, and so on. Here you have the returns of the companies in the S&P 500 and the weighing in the S&P 500. So on the left-hand side, you can actually upload any portfolio you would like. You can upload a fund. We have a function where you can send a photograph of the portfolio, and we have a system that will recognize the positions, and within seconds will upload the whole portfolio, so that you then can discuss with your clients, how does a portfolio look like at this stage, and also have a discussion how it could look like or should look like in the future in order to optimize it. Now, what we also have, what is quite interesting, is a compare function. So you can compare, for example, the S&P 500. I'll just select another index. I'll go for the Shanghai Composite Index. So you can see that the S&P 500 is doing pretty good, actually, in comparison to the Shanghai Composite Index. And you can scroll down, you'll see the best positions with regard to the warming potential and the worst positions. And you can look at the footprint. So, the ESG score, how well is the Shanghai Composite Index doing? It's not doing pretty well. You can look at the megatrend exposure as well. Quite a high megatrend exposure in the S&P 500 versus 39% in the Shanghai Composite. And you obviously can also look at the returns. We have a huge gap here as well. And you see the returns here and the top positions and the worst positions. What is also quite interesting is you can create your portfolio. So for example, you go on here and I'll just select the name, and then I'll click on next, and I can add. So the most searched company on this platform is Tesla. So let's see, I'll just select Tesla, and here I'll add it to my list, and I can also go for Nestle as an example. I can add this also to my list. Take a little bit of time. Here we go. So I'll add that to my list. And so now actually, so we have a technical error here, but I would have a button here, so I can click on the button, and within seconds it will immediately show me the results I just showed you with regard to the S&P 500. So last but not least, we have a search function. As I said, you can look for Tesla as an example. So we will provide all information related to Tesla, so the warming potential, footprint score, the megatrend exposure. You can click on the footprint score. It will provide you the details, the sustainable related details of Tesla with regard to the economy, society, environment, and so on. And then we also have a one last function, which is the insight function. We have a lot of stories. For example, here I have a story of energy efficiency, and we show you which topics it is related to, and also which company the story is related to. You can click on the story, you'll get a little bit of information, summary, and also our view with regard to the story, and so on. So this platform, we created this platform in order to provide transparency for our clients, and also we set up this platform as an acquisition tool. So when we have, for example, prospects, they would ask us, how well are we doing with our portfolio somewhere else? We can upload the portfolio, and we can then enter quite an interesting discussion, not about performance, but rather about, how sustainable is the portfolio, or what kind of climate path are you? So these discussions lead to very fruitful discussions, actually, and it makes it really interesting also for our clients to understand how they are doing. So I'll stop here, and I'll summarize with my last slide.
Okay, so
I'll just summarize 1 second. I'll be with you. Yeah, I'm just looking for the button. Here we we go. Okay. So to summarize, in order to make sustainable investments tangible, we have to build attractive portfolios from our point of view and make these portfolios transparent, as you have seen, because future investors want to understand the impact of the investments. We need to make a transformation in a very simple way, as I have shown you, and make the relationship managers get acquainted with the topic so that they become supporters of such investments. And we need to make sure that clients can experience, their wealth. So it's like driving if you want to buy a Tesla, you sit in a Tesla, you drive it, you can feel the force of the Tesla, you get a feeling for that, you can see the color. So what we are trying to do as well with this kind of reporting, to do the same with the wealth, so that you really get a feeling and you know what kind of ingredients does the portfolio have or your wealth have. So we need to make sustainable investments fun. So my last slide to summarize. So we live on an overstretched planet today, and one of the things we do with our reporting is create, as I said, transparency and the basis for investors, which I think is very important to make responsible investment decisions so that we can give our world a positive future again. And ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are part of this positive future. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Okay, so Daniel, thank you so much for your presentation. And Daniel, we have a question for you. It's sustainability or ESG in effect should worsen portfolio diversification. Are there any alternate methods in sustainable investing that could mitigate risk?
I didn't understand the question, sorry.
Okay, sure, I'll repeat it. It's sustainability or ESG in effect should worsen portfolio diversification. So are there any alternate methods in sustainable investing that could mitigate risk?
Well, from our point of view, it doesn't limit the universe. So if I get the question right, so if you take ESG or other components into consideration.
Okay, so Daniel, thank you so much for your perceptive presentation. It was a wonderful session. We have enjoyed so much your presentation. So, and Daniel, we are looking forward to work with you in our next conference. Thank you so much for being a part of this conference. And I will ask the audience to ask any question related to this presentation in QA session. And Daniel will be here to answer all your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is Fahim Afghan, who is working as Senior Product Marketing Manager from Egress. He will be with us within few moments. Stay connected. Thank you. Okay, so Fahim is here. So let's welcome Fahim. Okay, so hello, Fahim. How are you?
Good morning. I'm very well, thank you. I join you from a sunny North London. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Happy to be here.
Thank you so much for joining us. It's an honor for us to have you at our conference. So Fahim, I can see your screen. So you can start your presentation now. The stage is all yours.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you to Platinum Global Solutions and everyone joining the call today. A real pleasure to be here, speaking as part of this fantastic event. So what I wanted to do, I think I've got sort of 20, 30 minutes today. I wanted to tell a story or share a story with you that hopefully will bring to light a couple of things. Number one, the fact that there is a new, potentially costly risk to our email security landscape. And also as part of that, discuss why existing approaches today aren't quite solving the problem. And through that, in turn, hopefully spark some new ideas or validate existing ideas in terms of new approaches we can take to mitigate that risk. But not only do that, actually transform security into more of a competitive weapon for our organization. So hopefully that's going to come to light over the next 20 or 30 minutes or so, if I can get my slides working. So just a bit of context to start off with. The work we do with customers and our community, it generally falls into three buckets, or comes off the back of three key issues that we see within the community. And first of all is the fact that people get hacked by what are now increasingly sophisticated and targeted attacks. Also, on top of that, we make mistakes, like sending sensitive data to the wrong person or sharing that wrong sensitive file without realizing. And thirdly, on top of that, we also break the rules, sometimes maliciously for personal gain, but most often we do it unintentionally, just thinking that we're doing our job more effectively. Now, all of these examples are examples of insider risks, or what we call human activated risks. But for the purposes of today and the time we've got, I really wanted to zone in on this second piece in terms of how people make mistakes and the consequences that has, because I think it's fair to say that the way in which we work has completely changed. I mean, we didn't need a pandemic to tell us that we were more digitally connected than ever, and that cloud has transformed the way we deliver services to customers. But certainly what we have learned over the past, 15 months or so now, is that remote working or a form of hybrid working is likely set to stay for the foreseeable future. And as we've come to terms with this environment, as employees, we've been working around the clock, becoming fatigued. If you're anything like me, having to negotiate a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old while trying to work at home, and I empathize with anyone who sees this picture and feels it's relevant to them. But putting that all together, it's all just serving to dial up the risk of a security incident happening. And certainly from the conversations we're having with security leaders, there's certainly a feeling that employees, through no fault of our own, we're just becoming a little bit more careless in this environment. So we're sending that email to the wrong person or with the wrong sensitive content attached. And it means that these email security incidents on the outbound are happening in almost every organization now. And not just that, they're happening with tremendous frequency as well. So I'll give you an example. So here in the UK, the Information Commissioner's Office, the ICO, is regularly reporting on the types of breaches that are reported to them. And I think they're doing it on a quarterly basis. And throughout 2020, in fact, they released their figures for Q1 this year. Throughout the past 4 or 5 quarters or whatever it might be, the number one type of incident reported to them has been the misdirected email. So emails going to the wrong person or with the wrong sensitive content. In fact, it's been nearly double the amount of incidents that were reported due to phishing, which is quite surprising given the press that phishing receives. And I think it just goes to show that more and more incidents are happening now, not necessarily due to the more traditional reasons we might expect or the press might tell us. More and more are happening, at the very least, because of human error. The fact that we as people, we make mistakes, and it's having an impact. I don't know if I'm sure many of you saw the story here in the UK of the junior lawyer who was working to a deadline day on a critical project. She had to send, I think it was some sensitive medical records to the client by the end of the day. So she was obviously rushing around. She had plenty of things to do. She was very busy. Finally got around to sending that email, closed her laptop, shut down for the day, and all was fine in her head. She dialed back online the next day to see an email from that client asking for the whereabouts of those sensitive email records. And it was at that point that she realized she'd sent those records to the wrong recipient. Now, she had at that point what she described as a moment of blind panic, where she claimed or pretended that there was a firewall issue and that she was going to send that email again and all would be fine. But of course, subsequently, she reported it to her firm as a security incident. Now, to cut a long story short, she ended up being suspended for 6 months. And on top of that, there were settlement fees in the regions of, I think, thousands and thousands of pounds, which was no small matter for a small outfit here in the UK. Now, this happened because she was human. At the time, she had documented the fact that she was struggling with personal issues. She was working very, very long hours. It was a very demanding job. So in other words, she was human. Now, this didn't stop the impact on her personally in terms of being suspended for 6 months, but also the impact on the business as well in terms of losing talent, in terms of having to go through all the time spent investigating, remediating, all the litigation and tribunals involved, the impact on productivity as a result. So there's clear impact here from these kinds of errors and these kinds of incidents. And certainly talking with folks in the financial services world, certainly the intriguing conversations we're having are certainly revolving around the reputational side and the impact it might have on in the eyes of our customers and our future customers. Certainly we ran a study about maybe 6 to 9 months ago now, where over a third of respondents claimed that they were suffering financially as a result of these kinds of incidents. And certainly we've had our fair share of companies come to us because an employee has sent the wrong invoice to a particular customer, and that's put a strain on relationships and potentially the revenues that come with those relationships as well. So we're seeing impact as a result. So what do we do about this? How do we support employees and mitigate this risk? So it's fair to say that certainly the legacy and more traditional approaches that a lot of companies have taken to date don't quite solve the problem. So we see two key approaches in play right now. Number one is around the use of policies and rules. But I think certainly the conversations we have are that, number one, they're not intelligent enough to spot many of the accidental, even malicious sends that we see today. There's a lot of noise around them as well due to unnecessary alerts and false positives, no doubt due to the static nature of the policy engine. And also, most of all, it's just the time spent on configuring those policies, maintaining them. It's a real efficiency barrier. It just gets in the way of other more critical tasks. And secondly, the other key approach we see a lot about or hear a lot about is physical training. Now, I'm not going to sit here and discredit training. We go through training initiatives ourselves here at Egress, commissioned by our chief security officer. However, I was chatting with a security leader at a bank probably a year ago now, and I think she summarized the point very well when she said that, number one, there's a limited shelf life with training initiatives. Lessons are lost fairly quickly. She talked about a matter of weeks that the lessons were being lost on all the participants, and therefore there was a need for a regular cadence of training, which in turn meant it became a bit of an unwanted distraction for the business. It was seen as a bit of a pain, and it kind of got in the way of every employee's day jobs. And on top of that, a really interesting point she made was that training doesn't account for human behavior. You know, we're all under pressure, especially when we've been working from home. So there's a feeling that we can try and manage the risk with training, but there will be times when a mistake will happen. Something will slip through the net. So that's why, certainly from our point of view, in order to mitigate this kind of human activated risk, we're helping organizations really evolve the way in which they protect their email data. So if we think about traditional technology that's played its part at the network edge to keep external intruders or threats at bay, and it's done that very well. Human layer security is different because it's about taking advances in disruptive technology. So new advancements like machine learning that can continuously update hypotheses as more information becomes available. Also, social graphing techniques that have been pioneered by the likes of Facebook to accurately model relationships and deeply understand how users interact with. Take that technology, but then wrap it around people at the individual level, because what we can then do is start to understand a person's behavior over email. So the relationships they have, who they communicate with, the kind of content they share with those people as well, their role within the business as well, because I think it's fair to say that a chief financial officer is likely sharing very different types of data to, say, an entry-level graduate hire in sales or marketing. So what we then do is we build context around that user so that we can assess the level of risk within an email at the point of send. So I appreciate that's a very high level overview of the risk and how we can approach it. So it'd be nice to share with you a couple of stories, certainly from within our community, that hopefully demonstrate this in action, but hopefully also highlight its value to email security from a risk mitigation point of view as well. So first and foremost, this was an insurance firm that came to us because they were experiencing significant challenges with misdirected emails. So emails going to the wrong person or with the wrong sensitive content attached. And for as far as they were concerned, it was equating to about 95% of all email security incidents they were experiencing. So, and on top of that, each incident was taking on average 60 hours of remediation work in terms of resolving the incident. So not only was there a huge amount of risk here, but there were also huge inefficiencies to battle as well. So what they did was wrap that machine learning technology around their employees to, as we just talked about, deeply understand and continuously learn every user's email profile or behavior. So it would understand it would look at from an email point of view, it would look at the recipients, it would look at the domains they were emailing, but then measure the content of their email against those recipients and domains. So the content in the subject line, the message body, of course, but also data inside attachments as well, and being sophisticated enough to do that. And then using the previous behavior that we've learned from that particular employee, the technology would then flag any potential risks in real time as the user was composing their email. And of course, on top of that, discreetly explain why there's a risk as well. So there was an educational element to it as well. And what that ultimately did was that it empowered employees to not only spot those errors, but resolve them before they could even happen, before they could even make an impact. And so as you can see there, within 3 months of running this approach, they had already reported a 91% reduction in these kinds of incidents, in these accidental sends. And on top of that, all the thousands of hours they had previously spent investigating and remediating these kinds of incidents, that was all no longer needed. They got that time back, a significant amount of time back, to refocus on other critical priorities. Secondly, this is the example of a global investment bank that we work with. So the risk for them was potentially very confidential client data passing between the research teams within the bank and also the trading floors within the same business, and creating a conflict of interest and potentially doing serious harm to a critical customer relationship. Of course, what we're talking about here is an internal security breach, or an information barrier, ethical wall, as it's always also known. So what they did, they overlaid their existing DLP policies and rules with that machine learning technology to again scan the message content, scan the data inside attachments, and measure it against the intended recipients. And ultimately, they were able to uphold those information barriers, avoid those leaks and breaks in confidentiality. But on top of that, from a strategic point of view, their reputation in the eyes of their customer base remained intact. The relationships, therefore, remained unharmed. And of course, the revenues that come with those relationships were absolutely protected. And that is a great example of how security can be a genuine source of business value, of value for the organization. And then finally, before we take any questions we might have, this is the example of an accountancy and advisory firm. So similar to the previous example, their concern was really around putting sensitive client data on the line and then potentially damaging that relationship with those customers, not to mention, of course, the regulatory consequences that might come into play as well. And the reason for this was that they had experienced employees sending emails to the wrong Jim or the wrong Rebecca or whoever. And they cited Outlook autocomplete as that friendly nemesis that made it easier to make such mistakes, especially when in a rush. So again, they took a more human-led approach to email security with all that technology wrapped around employees at the individual level. And not only did it help stop these kinds of incidents and accidents happening, it did it in a way that required no effort on the part of the user. The technology worked in the background. It didn't change anything about how the user needed to run their workflow when they're sending an email. And a great anecdote we actually heard from the chief digital officer here at this firm was that while they were all in the office still, he overheard a conversation between two employees in a communal area or the kitchen or whatever, where they were saying to each other, look, I almost made a huge mistake, but thankfully the software picked it up, and I was able to spot that, and I avoided potentially very embarrassing but also potentially serious incident or leak. So of course that's real validation for what the technology is all about. But in terms of user engagement and user experience, we're really stepping away from those traditional one-size-fits-all models that can get in the way and frustrate users. This is much more about technology and people working more seamlessly, working hand in glove. So great example of that in action as well. So that's really it from my point of view. Hopefully, as I said at the start, it's sparked some ideas in terms of how we can mitigate this form of risk, and or at the very least validated existing ideas. But in the time we have, I don't know if there's any questions that have come from the audience.
Yes, we have some questions for you. So Fahim, does it work on mobile as well?
Short answer, yes. Long answer, yes as well. But the way it works, so that technology which we talked about, it runs on mobile as well. And what we do, so the machine learning, the policies and rules combined, what the way it works is that an email will run via a moderation mailbox. So if anything spotted, the messages immediately bounce back to the user. So it's a slightly different experience to the desktop, but they get a notification as a user explaining that there is a risk and why, and they can simply approve or reject the advice from there.
Okay, got it. So Fahim, how would you recommend building a business case for something like this?
Great question. So a funny story I'm sure we've all heard in this community here is of the CISO or a security or privacy leader catching the CEO hastily moving to their next appointment in the corridor, where they stop them, tap them on the shoulder and say, hey, great news, we've averted X number of incidents this week. To which the CEO replies, says, that's great, but that's your job. And it's obviously not the pat on the back that particular security leader was hoping for. But I think it really speaks volumes in terms of how the security community in general needs to step away from thinking and talking about very technical and operational metrics and think about the impact on the business and how we deliver value for the business. And what I mean by that is thinking about things in terms of business risk and how we mitigate that. Also financial value in terms of the costs we're avoiding, whether it's litigation or fines or whatever. But more importantly, we talked about the revenue protection as well. That is a massive source of value that this community delivers for our businesses. Productivity as well, in terms of giving time back to security teams to focus on other priorities, keeping disruptions from physical training to a minimal for the entire organization. So just reshaping how we think about our impact on the business and moving away from technical speak to more kind of business value and how we impact that.
Okay, got it. So Fahim, I like this approach. My worry is that users would assume that we're snooping on them, that we are snooping on them.
Excuse me, sorry.
It's okay.
No, that's a fair question. I've been asked that a lot. So I think right off the bat, the engine only looks at, I think it's the sender, the recipient, and the date fields of an email in the clear. Everything else is automatically hashed. So that's the first thing, just to reassure everyone. But I think on top of that, we've got a whole bunch of technical measures and policies in place that we have to safeguard customer data. And that's all on our website if anyone wants to look at that. But that spans sort of data and network security, physical access as well, employment screening too. And I'd add on top of that, if I may, there's a huge amount of certifications that we have in place. So we've undertaken and invested in a huge amount of accreditations globally, from ISO 27001, 9001, SOC 2, NCSC, CPA, FIPS 142, Cyber Essentials Plus, the list goes on. And what that does for our customers, certainly within our community, is is reassure them that we're not snooping. And it's a very fair question, but hopefully that's allayed some concerns.
Okay, so Fahim, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. And it was a stimulating session. You have touched so many critical areas. We hope you will join us again. Thank you so much. Stay safe.
Pleasure.
And I'll ask the audience that if they have any question, they can ask you in the QA session.
Fine. Look forward to it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Stay safe. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now our next presenter is Martina McPherson, who is working as a head of ESG strategy at Oddo BHF. So let's welcome Martina McPherson. Hello, Martina.
Hi there. Good morning, everybody. I wonder if you can see. Good morning.
How are you?
If you can. Very well. How are you?
I'm good too. Thank you for asking. Yes, Martina, I can see your slides now. So thank you so much for joining us. It's an honor for us to having you at our event as a keynote speaker. So Martina, you can start your presentation now. The stage is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarina and team. Yes, a very warm welcome again, also from London here, at least virtually. My presentation today will focus on an introduction to sustainable investment. My name is Martina McPherson. I'm the head of ESG strategy and a general management committee member at Oddo BHF Asset Management and Private Equity. We are a pan-European firm focusing on traditional and ESG investment strategies. I will say a few more words about the work that we do on ESG integration using different approaches and AI-based technologies a bit later in this presentation. But I would like to first of all start and take a step back, because I strongly believe in various roles that I fulfill in industry, academia, and also as the president of the Network for Sustainable Financial Markets, a next-gen sustainable finance education think tank, that we need to analyze the couple of challenges as well as trends and opportunities that are still prevailing in our space. ESG has undergone many different alterations. When I started in this industry 20 years ago, we talked about socially responsible and ethical investing, really very much as a starting point of what is today still known and makes an important impact in the context of value and values investing. But ultimately, ESG has developed from here, and the integration of environmental, social, and governance criteria has now evolved and developed into multiple different fundamental, thematic, and factor-led strategies that we see in active and passive management. And likewise, when we talk about themes, there's an increasing focus, and I will highlight a few ideas at the end today, when we talk about thematic investing. And we've heard as well today, thematic investing, many of the strategies have been taken a step further towards the implications of impact. And measuring impact is potentially now the latest paradigm shift when we are looking at mainstreaming sustainable investment strategies and giving them a context and ultimately the right type of levels for measuring impacts and outcomes when and where they occur. And this is very important because I highlighted here at the bottom of this slide that for the wealth management community, we are seeing that up to $68 trillion are being transferred from the baby boomer to the millennials generation in the next decades. And ultimately, that means this is the biggest transition of global wealth in history, and hence ultimately also the biggest opportunity for ESG and impact investing. Given that if I look at trends and opportunities, maybe first, climate risk, social issues, societal challenges are all very much at the heart of what millennial value female investors are currently mandating. And I've highlighted here on this slide as well some of these prevailing trends and opportunities going from climate and environmental risks, which are still on the top of the risks lists, for instance, of the World Economic Forum, but also when and where the risk appetite of investors is concerned, to the discussion around aligning value with values, something which is becoming increasingly important also in the context of next-gen investing. And ultimately, the reality, the market reality that ESG is becoming a norm and very much is integrated across multiple different asset classes, jurisdictions, and ultimately approaches when and where sustainable investing is concerned. I'm also highlighting to start with that there are remaining challenges. And amongst some of the key challenges that have been highlighted in the context also of private capital, but also more broadly than this, I would like to mention that there is still aggregate confusion when and where and how we talk about ESG data clarity, consistency, and comparability. And there's definitely still confusion around the different type of definitions that we are using in this field. You've seen me at the beginning of this presentation highlighting SRI, ESG, many different abbreviations and persisting conundrums that hopefully will be more overcome as we are now seeing there's more harmonization of different type of classification frameworks, standards, and principles that is taking place and shape as we speak. But ultimately, one of the biggest remaining challenges now is as well the question around ESG skills and expertise. We have heard from great experts today that have been, same as myself, in this field for a very long time. But ultimately, we are seeing a lot of new and upcoming developments, sometimes which could be also classified as either green social or even competence washing. And this is a very big debate, not only in academia, but also in industry, if you're following some of the LinkedIn streams. With this brief introduction, I would just like to highlight that ultimately ESG, sustainable investing, sustainable development at the core of the discussion are not very new themes. I'm deliberately choosing here a quote from the Brundtland Commission in 1987, which highlighted that sustainable development is a development that meets the needs of the present generation, we could say, without compromising the ability of the future to meet their own needs. It comprises environmental and social issues. And with this quote, you can see multiple dimensions and layers here that are actually prevalent within ESG and next-gen investing until this point today, because ultimately it highlights the importance of intergeneral capital, intergeneral equity, intergeneral engagement on issues related to environmental and social, and I should also probably conclude here, towards socioeconomic topics that are rising to the fore and are really making an impact beyond what we are now seeing more on the environmental side. When we look at, for instance, global warming, we look at the depletion of natural capital and biodiversity loss. When we look at the water constraints and the pollution that our environment is facing, and that ultimately have severe consequences and are very much interconnected with the social issues of this world. Again, I'm just mentioning the COVID context as an environmental issue related potentially to the invasion of natural habitat, the concluding effects around zoonotic diseases, and then ultimately the impact when and where a global health crisis is concerned, which in turn might also lead to a human capital and a global employment and social resilience crisis. And we have seen many of these ramifications already when and where also other social issues such as poverty and hunger are concerned, and the lack of education and equal access to education around the world, even including developed markets. So this is why these type of environmental and social issues are nothing new. They're very much making very important impacts, and they are at the forefront of the investor sentiment when we are looking at defining strategies, may they be fundamental, thematic, or even now factor related, in order to address these issues if and where we can. And with this, a brief overview on the impact when and where we are looking at market developments, global AUMs, and fund flows. And it's not a new development, again, that ESG has taken off, but especially it's interesting to see that during the COVID crisis, there's been an acceleration in demand for sustainable fund strategies. And that's very well reflected in the uptake that we have seen, especially over the last year, and ESG strategies, active and passive. But this is again not a new trend. This is a trend that's been reflected over the last 3 to 5 years in global investment strategies. And it's important to note, that's a study from OPIMAS from last year, that in regards to sustainable investment strategies, we could now talk about volumes of something like 40.5 trillion US dollars. And this is an important figure, because if we compare this with the developments just a decade ago, and these were developments regularly tracked by the Global Sustainable Investment Alliance, we literally looked at assets in sustainable investing globally of around $12 trillion max. Hence, very much a steep increase in interest, sentiment, and also assets and fund flows. And by no means is this a development that's only occurring in listed markets. I'm deliberately choosing here a brief study from Preqin from 2020 that also highlights that investor sentiment across private markets, non-listed market, is increasing. And they are running an annual survey, and in their latest survey, they highlighted that 89% of the investors surveyed here in their regular assessment already focus on ESG or are in the context of developing a strategy. And ultimately, 69% of these private capital managements are either on the way or have already made allocations towards ESG strategies. And this means we see commitments from LPs, but also from GPs on both sides when and where sustainable investing is concerned. I would briefly like to highlight some of the fundamentals when we talk about ESG, because we are taking again it for granted that many in our industry know which type of criteria ultimately could be aligned with environmental, social, or governance strategies. But again, in order to overcome the alphabet soup of ESG that I highlighted on my first slide, and to address some of the prevailing conundrums, I'm also highlighting here a couple of criteria that are now commonly used in and within ESG frameworks. And I would just like to allude to the fact that when we talk about ESG frameworks, you find normative frameworks that could be, for instance, principles, standards, such as principles linked to the principles for responsible investment, for instance, standards linked to specific frameworks such as the green bond standards. You could also specifically look at reporting frameworks, and they are becoming increasingly aligned through an initiative in our space that's actually classified as the Corporate Reporting Dialogue. And we are seeing that many of these very classic traditional reporting frameworks by SASB, by the GRI, formerly also by the IRRC, are now getting increasingly aligned and integrated. And last but not least, beyond these normative developments, there's also a regulatory drive in our field, in especially Europe, when and where we are seeing a new development around taxonomies and ultimately metrics to better assess, on the one hand, corporate disclosures related to environmental, social, and governance information, and on the other hand, investor disclosures when and where ESG is concerned. But back to the slide. And as you can see, I've tried to summarize a couple of key ESG criteria that are very commonly used in the ESG context. I'm not running through them very much in detail, but one shift is also happening, which is another paradigm shift and movement in itself. We all started this journey very much either on the environmental side, climate risk mitigation, we heard this today, and adaptation is a key and prevailing issue in our industry, and tackling and addressing, for instance, the temperature measurements of portfolios is something that is now very much at the forefront of investors' minds. We started the journey, which, for instance, GHG footprinting, we heard about this today as well. We then looked at decarbonization strategies for portfolios, and now the move is really towards measuring the temperature and achieving net zero carbon goals. Side by side, classic and traditional approaches in ESG have also focused a lot on governance. Governance is the baseline to better understand if and where, for instance, companies and or issuers are able to manage environmental or social externalities. And hence, governance has evolved but stayed also a baseline for many of the different questions and issues related to shareholders, related to policy and governance measures, related to broader board governance issues as well. And of course, looking at mitigation strategies, for instance, related to bribery and corruption. Social is the new topic here for many in our field and potentially on this session today. Social is something that's well ingrained in traditional ESG strategies, but is now really rising to the fore. Multiple elements actually highlight this transition. If you look at principles, standards, frameworks, I should now also say taxonomies. I highlighted the EU taxonomy in brief. Currently, the EU taxonomy is a green and environmental taxonomy. But there's an expansion now, which is happening this year and will be announced this year, towards the social taxonomy. We have seen a similar trajectory when and where normative standards principles are concerned. We just look at the green bond principles. Over time, we saw an introduction of social bond and ultimately sustainability bond and sustainability linked bond principles that all encapsulate the same type of transition here from E to S, and also from singular to multi-factor or interconnected issues. And this ultimately is also classifying now the trajectory when and where specific reporting requirements are concerned. We already see that corporations have been mandated for a few years now to report in line with environmental, social, and of course, governance criteria. And the same has been now mandated from investors. If we look at what I highlighted earlier, the EU's SFDR regulation. And globally, these developments are following suit. We see similar reporting developments. For instance, at MAS in Singapore, we are hearing that the SAC is looking at, again, implications for ESG disclosures and potentially also a review of the mandate around fiduciary duty. When and if this occurs is another matter, but it's clear to say that ultimately we see a transition from normative to regulatory and from ultimately singular to multi-factor issues and reporting alongside this trajectory. And a couple of notes, last comments here on why it is important for investors to take ESG into their investment decisions. Well, first of all, it enables them to play a role in what I'd classified as the journey for sustainable development. And it also helps them to avoid being involved, and that could cause reputational issues up in forefront in significant controversies. But it also provides them with opportunities to actually harness and capture the either macro or micro future trends and topics that we've also seen in some of the previous presentations. And it actually helps them to consider beyond the traditional financial, also the non-financial risks and the potential impacts often related to their investment strategies. And with this, a brief note on ultimately controversies. Controversies can have an immediate and a substantial negative impact on stock and share prices. And this is why I've picked 3 examples here over the last few years that have made a landfall from multiple dimensions. Ultimately, because they created a immediate drop in stock share price, they created reputational damage and challenges, and very often a rotation within the organization where senior management and strategy, maybe even board level considerations were concerned. And as you can see, these are very different companies from the automotive, the pharmaceutical, and the financial sectors. And again, controversies related to ESG issues can occur across sectors. They are not strictly tied to one single issue only. Give another example here, which we haven't highlighted. When the Volkswagen Dieselgate scandal kicked off, it wasn't necessarily only an environmental issue. It was ultimately a governance crisis. And this is something that we are seeing across the spectrum, an interconnectedness of issues, and ultimately controversies that are the type of issues which can have a massive impact and that could be linked to 2 different types of risks. One is a risk pattern that is ultimately emerging and accelerating over time. And very often that's the case for most risk issues in this space, a silent pattern that's creating an enormous impact. And you could also have a low frequency, high impact incident, for instance, like an oil spill. And with this particular issue, then not only shareholders, but ultimately societies and consumers might be impacted. And hence the reputational damage for the organization, for the brand, as well as the stock price valuation and the immediate and potentially longer term implications for such a devaluation shouldn't be overlooked, and have really also increased the interest in ESG issues by investors at large. And with this, a brief summary on where we stand now when we look at sustainable development. I said this is a journey that has started some while back. I would also like to highlight that it has accumulated in various developments now that could be framed under the ambitions of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. 17 goals, environmental and social issues at large, a couple of others, for instance, partnering for the goals that go beyond the specific ambitions that are tied to environmental and social objectives, goals and targets. But ultimately, it's important to note that investors and corporations are increasingly focusing on the issues related to the goals, given that this is a very precise and concise framework that has also 169 sub-targets that are very often linked and interlinked, and have provided multiple frameworks for assessing corporate outcomes as well as investment impacts. And a more recent development that we at Oddo are involved with, which also is a big now actually drive for the entire investor industry, is the interconnectedness of environmental and social issues on the one hand, as well as the implications and outcomes related to, for instance, a just transition that goes beyond a climate, ecological or environmental transition, is something that's been increasingly centered and focused on the development goals framework, and ultimately at issues that help to address not only economic prosperity and environmental sustainability, but also social inclusion and cohesion. And I will come to this at the end of my presentation. With this, a brief note and summary of some of the other normative developments I've highlighted that are making quite an impact in the investor space, and that are giving ultimately an opportunity to consumers, may they be retail and or institutional investors, to better understand the greenness or the social coherence of a fund with ultimately specific label requirements. So labels in our space, together with fund ratings by Morningstar and MSCI, for instance, have really taken off, especially in the retail domain. And I've highlighted here the two different types of labels and ultimately standards that are very often referred to and used. The ESG labels, very often up and foremost, the ESR and the F&G labels for France and Germany, the Lux flag in Luxembourg, and another label that's gained quite some significance now, the FEBELFIN label towards sustainability. And then you have a multitude of different sustainable finance or green finance labels that are also often used to better understand and clarify the greenness, for instance, around green bond funds. And here I would like to highlight, of course, the GreenFin label, and again, Lux flag. And to briefly conclude our journey on providing an overview on the developments in ESG and sustainable investing for more than a decade now, I'd like to quickly show you a time horizon. I'm not starting again with the Brundtland report. We covered this aspect when we started this journey. I'm just literally showing you a spectrum of different topics dating back to 1997, with ultimately the Kyoto Protocol, the first agreement, international agreement by the UNFCCC to actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And this Kyoto Protocol is literally then prevalent in many of these different type of developments that ultimately led to the Paris Agreement in 2015, which aims to keep global warming below 2.5 to 2 centigrade by 2100. And alongside this trajectory, which interestingly, at its beginnings, looked at two perspectives and dimensions, environmental, specifically climate, and sustainable development, also accumulated in the 2015 Sustainable Development Goals and the Agenda 2030 that I've just shown you on the slide prior. And something else to see here is that I highlighted the move from normative to regulatory, from voluntary to mandatory standards and implications. You can also see this on this slide. There is a transition from ultimately market-led and multilaterally led initiatives to regulatory and policy-driven developments. And these have accumulated in the European Green Deal, which aims to actually make sure that Europe is becoming the first continent to be net zero by 2050. And in the regulation I touched on very briefly that was launched and introduced for investors this year, the so-called SFDR regulation 2019-28, which is ultimately an outcome of the European Sustainable Finance Action Plan to drive sustainability disclosures of financial products. And you have a similar development, which is still ongoing on the corporate side, which I highlighted a bit earlier. And with this first part, providing really an overview and a snapshot of the different type of themes, trends, and developments we are seeing in industry and academia, in market and policy for sustainable investing, I would quickly like to highlight the developments at ODDO BHF Asset Management in this space. So we are a traditional asset manager. We have a long track record. We are family owned, and I think this is still quite a unique position in this market. We have roughly 58.3 billion euros under management, and a third of these are already very much integrated with ESG criteria. And that means 52% of our mutual funds already are fully ESG compliant. And we have a long tradition in developing ESG strategies within traditional asset management, but also now increasingly in private equity. And what this means is we are driving strategies that are well aligned with the common approaches used in ESG investing. And that means we look at exclusions, we look at integration, and we of course also conduct active ownership strategies. And again, to highlight the differences between these approaches for people that are coming to the subject, maybe for the first time, exclusions could be linked to norms-based inclusions, very often with a tag towards global norms and conventions such as the UN Global Compact. They could also be linked to specific sector-related issues when we look at coal, when we look at oil and gas, the heavy fossil fuel-led industries. And ultimately, you could have other sector-based exclusions that sometimes depend on jurisdictions. For instance, in Germany, you have a strong focus with the Energiewende on the transition out of nuclear. So there might be specific sector-based exclusions that are also linked to specific implications when and where the client base for ODDO BHF Asset Management is concerned. And we drive an internal model for ESG. So that means we are researching and rating roughly 1,000 companies based on our own in-house research, MSCI and other inputs. And we ultimately then assess the impact of ESG strategies on portfolio construction across asset classes. And we have developed our own proprietary rating and rating model alongside this trajectory that is now being integrated into fundamental strategies and into the development of thematic and in future new impact funds. And this means ultimately that we see our role as fundamental experts in investing and in ESG analysis, but also as forward-looking thinkers where it comes to active ownership strategies. And what do I mean by this? We are developing, together with others in the industry, a new effort around the just transition, looking at how we can, as a firm, but also in the industry, develop collaborative engagement strategies for so-called positive change trajectories. Traditionally, exclusions were leading the way in SRI and then ESG investing. They're very still prevalent in traditional SRI and ethical investment strategies. Integration has become the norm. But now ultimately the trajectory is moving on from there and is providing and building active ownership and stewardship in our space and aligning the trajectories with the big global challenges related to sustainable development and climate change. And hence we are trying to align our positive change trajectories to the climate, ecological, and just transition. And I'm showing you just as a brief insight here into how we are actually structuring the different type of ESG criteria within our portfolios. For the European universe, as I highlighted, we have an approach taking multiple data inputs, currently also with alternative information in process and further information in scope. So for instance, for our Green Planet Fund, we are focusing on 4 different green fundamentals / thematics. And for these thematics, we are undertaking an AI screening approach for portfolio analysis. And we are currently now evaluating in expanding this scope for our own controversies analysis and ultimately for enriching and expanding our entire universe. And that brings us to the right-hand side. Our current global universe is of course also covered and captured, and we use ESG research and ratings from MSCI. And with the last slide here, I'm just highlighting again our overarching aims and ambitions as long-term investors. First of all is the alignment with Agenda 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals, the interconnectedness of E, S, and of course, I should also add to this G. And that means we are focusing on 3 pillars alongside the climate transition, the ecological transition, and the just transition. And we are supporting our active ownership and portfolio construction ambitions with technology enablement, as I highlighted. And again, if you're interested to read more about AI, ESG data, and how ultimately AI and fintech enabled strategies can help with ESG screening technologies, then please also read our latest paper, which I've referred to here on the previous slide at the bottom, and which is to be found on SSRN. And with this presentation, I would like to hand over, Serena, to you and the team. And of course, I'm delighted to take questions.
So, hi, Martina. Thank you so much for your wonderful session. It was a very productive and interesting presentation. We are happy for your contribution in our conference. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter for today's conference is Marina Marquesic. She's with us. So let's welcome Marina. And hello, Marina, how are you?
Hello, I'm fine, thank you.
That's great. Okay, so Marina, can you please share your screen? Thank you so much for joining us. It's an honor for us to have you as a keynote speaker.
Thank you so much for the invitation, and I'll just start with sharing my screen.
Yes, I can see your screen.
Perfect.
Okay, great, perfect. I can see it properly now. So Marina, you can start your presentation now. Good luck, and stage is all yours now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Serena. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for everyone's attention. Today, I'm going to present a crypto assets regulation in EU. It's a so-called Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation, or an abbreviation is the MiCA regulation. It is a regulation that has not been adopted yet, so it's in the stage of discussion in the Council and in the Parliament of EU. So we have what we can, and I will talk about, is a brief. So it's just the first version of the regulation. And I think it's a very important one because it is the first one globally to address crypto assets regulation in a very holistic manner. So it is a regulation that regulates all the crypto assets that exist today, and as I said, is the first one in the world. So the European Commission has set itself a very, very ambitious project, and I'm going to present to you some of the most important parts of the crypto assets regulation. Just a little short about myself. My name is Marina Markezic. I'm working in the crypto industry for the last 4 years. I am a part of the blockchain think tank, and also I'm a co-founder of the European Crypto Initiative, which is an organization that was doing a lot of discussions and talking to the regulators in the past 10 months regarding this crypto assets regulation from different ministries in the member states, but also European Commission, etc. So we know what is happening, how the regulator is thinking about crypto assets, but at the same time, the most important, I think, is education. So trying to understand what's happening in the industry, how to best promote the industry, and how to best promote the projects working within the European Union. And of course, I'll talk about all the other scopes and goals of the markets in crypto assets regulation later in the presentation. So the agenda for today's presentation, I'll tell you a little bit about the crypto assets in general, then about the market, which has been very volatile in the last months and weeks. And I think it's very important for us to understand the use cases, because this is how we can understand why the regulation was shaped in the way it was and how it's going to be used in the future. And then, of course, something to illustrate the current status of the regulation in Europe and consideration for the policy framework that we are going to have in the future in Europe. The crypto assets, I'm sure you heard about it, and it has been spoken about it in the last years, but the truth is that there's a variety of them. There's different types of crypto assets. They are changing constantly, and it's really hard to keep track of all of them. But they do have some things in common, and especially the ones that are registered on the blockchain or on the DLT, they have certain elements that are very important for the technology, but also how we are using the crypto assets. The first one is the permanence, which means that they are permanently on the blockchain. We cannot erase them and we cannot delete them, but they are registered on the blockchain, which is like a big ledger that we cannot change. This is, I'm just talking about the general idea of blockchain, because there are different types. So the second one is direct appropriation. The idea is that if you have a crypto asset, you can directly appropriate it with no intermediaries. So with no banks, with no other institutions in between, I can transact one crypto assets and send it to another person from my wallet to their wallet without any bank or any other intermediary. The other one is the uniqueness. So we know that internet is said that it helps us sharing information, but the blockchain is the one that help us share value. So again, the value or the crypto assets is a unique asset. It cannot be copied, and which means that we can safely transact those assets from one point to the other while using this technology. And of course, as I said, there are different types. You heard about utility tokens, security tokens, NFTs, stable coins, protocol governance tokens. Those are all terminologies that we are using in the industry in general. But of course, when it comes to regulation, we have a specific legal terminology that is different in every country. So what a utility token is in Europe might be different to what it is in Switzerland or in the US. I really like this idea of metaphor of a crypto asset or a token as a container. So this is something that the Liechtenstein law uses a lot. So the crypto assets is a container, so it's a digital container, and it really depends on what we put in the asset. And this is how it is linked to I would say the legal definition of what a crypto asset is. It doesn't really matter how the container looks like. The most important is what is in the container. So it can be a security, e-money. It can be a crypto assets as defined in this regulation, or it can be a non-fungible token. But I'll tell you about this later. First, let me cover a little bit the crypto assets market, because again, it is important, and it is important for us to understand why do we need to have a completely new regulation that was somehow inspired by the MiFID regulation, the regulation that we have for financial instruments in Europe. But let's imagine 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, blockchain didn't even exist. And right now we have this whole industry and a lot of crypto assets, a lot of projects working on this technology, and the European Commission and the whole European Union suggesting a whole new regulation covering only the crypto assets that are used and transacted on the blockchain. So this is the history of the market of crypto assets. It starts in 2013 here on the coin market cap graph, but lately you can see that there has been an exponential growth. In the last few weeks, the price decreased, but the general trend is that there is a growth in crypto assets. To this date, we have more than 381 exchanges globally, and more than 1,600 different crypto assets, different types of crypto assets. So the trend, again, is important when we think about regulation. But to be realistic, what we have today is a growing market, but it's still very small compared to other global financial assets. On your left, you can see the Bitcoin market cap, or all cryptocurrencies, but compared to, for example, Apple share or Amazon, is still very small. I'm not speaking about derivative markets or global debt or global real estate. So it is still a very small market, but it has a lot of potential. Those are information that are a little bit older, but I think it's still very important to see the whole global aspect of the crypto assets today. A special market within the crypto assets is the DeFi, or decentralized finance market. Decentralized finance is a set of applications that are used for finance, but they can be transacted and used without intermediaries. So they are basically copying the basis of the financial system that we know today, and they are using blockchain when interacting. But because there's no intermediaries, it can be done faster and composable in a composable way. So all the transactions are done through smart contracts, which are programs that are automated, and most of it can be automated and can be done in a very quick manner. So this is something that is very new, and it's mostly used on the Ethereum blockchain. And again, as you can see, from January this year or March this year, the growth has been again very exponential again. And it is something that is, I would say, when it comes to regulating DeFi, it's quite challenging because when we are regulating crypto assets and we're regulating in general financial instruments, we always think about a centralized entity that does have an overview of what is happening with this application or with this asset. In this case, some of the DeFi, decentralized finance projects or applications are not monitored by any person because they are automated. So this is the very interesting way how we do understand and how we do regulate DeFi projects. A part of the DeFi project that is very important, and it has it has been applied a lot in the last months is the stablecoins. I'm sure you heard about stablecoins, but to putting it in the European perspective, the stablecoins are mostly backed by the US dollar. This graph, I think, speaks a million words, because most of the stablecoins, 99.5% of the stablecoins are backed by the US dollar, and just 0.3% of all the stablecoins that we have today are backed by the euro, which is quite important when we think about the European innovation and the European industry when it comes to crypto assets. So the next part, I'm going to talk about the crypto assets use case. I told you a little bit about crypto assets, and there are different varieties of them. I'm sure you've heard about the protocol tokens like Ethereum and Bitcoin, but then we have all other range of crypto assets that are known or maybe less known to you, or synthetic assets that are the assets that are very similar to the synthetic assets that we know already in the financial industry. The digital objectives or non-fungible tokens are the tokens that are non-fungible, which means that are unique, and then they can represent a physical object or a digital object. Usually it is, at least in the last few months, it is used for digital art or similar digital products, and it's used a lot as a collecting. So collectible as an art, collectible or collectible as, for example, NBA Top Shots. I'm also sure you heard about this in the news. The other tokens that are very important for the blockchain is the DAO tokens, or decentralized autonomous tokens. Those tokens are important because they are governance tokens of organizations that are run on the blockchain. So we spoke and we heard a lot about governance in the previous presentations, but how decentralized autonomous organizations are governed. It's usually through a token, through a voting system, and it can be done also anonymously. So it's an innovation that is quite interesting, and it has been regulated. For example, in US, there is a new Wyoming law on DAOs, which means that those are kind of smart organizations that can be run autonomously and on the blockchain in a way that most of the part of how they are run can be digitalized. There are other tokens that are called utility tokens, and those are the ones that, again, most of you heard about. There's a lot of projects that are using utility tokens as a way of how to use their services or products. And of course, stablecoins. Stablecoins are, I would say, the most important part of the MiCA regulation. It is important because it has a potential it has a big potential of usage because they are stable when in comparison to, for example, protocol tokens like Bitcoin or Ethereum, and they had gotten a lot of usage. There was a project from Facebook called Libra that now is renamed Diem. And this and Facebook said that they would issue a stablecoin, which means that in the future there could be stablecoins or ways of how we can transact or use money that will not be issued by member states. And this is where the regulator was very eager to look into that and to regulate just because of the financial and monetary stability in Europe. Another I would say grouping of crypto assets, it is again very important because when we're thinking about regulation, most of the established crypto assets, for example, are regulated already or are compliant at least today. Those are mostly bigger entities like exchanges I'm quoting here Bitstamp because it's the only biggest European exchange, but of course, you know about CoinMarketCap and Binance. Those are centralized exchanges that are regulated. And there's, for example, security hardware and software like Ledger. Those are also regulated activities, data collection and treatment, or mining and staking. And then when we go to the other group of primitives, crypto assets or entities, they are very important because they are the ones on which all the other crypto assets and projects are built upon, is a digital identity or centralized digital bank currencies, privacy preserving protocols, decentralized storage, etc. The ones that are emergent are the most innovative ones and are the hardest to regulate, I would say. We spoke about decentralized finance already, then creation, distribution, and sale of non-fungible tokens, collective organizations or DAOs, stable coins, etc. So this is a representation of all the crypto assets and is a taxonomy that we have done in the European Crypto Assets Association. We have taken those two groups of crypto assets that are the most important ones, the fungible and non-fungible tokens, and then thought about the different kinds of those tokens. I would focus on the fungible ones because those are the ones that are regulated by the MiCA regulation. And as said, the fungible ones can be protocol tokens that are issued on the blockchain, so on the layer 1 protocol, like cryptocurrencies. Then we have application tokens that can be used on layer 2 or through smart contracts, like utility tokens that can be used for governance, for payment, or for using different applications. And stable coins that are tokenized assets. Those assets those crypto assets are representing another asset. So for example, stable coins are can be backed by fiat, can be backed by other stable coins, or securities that are tokens that are representing securities. Those are the crypto assets types that are regulated in the European Union and will be regulated, but by different regulations or directives. I will tell you more about it later. A very important distinction we need to make when we talk about crypto assets is the differentiation between centralized and decentralized entities or applications. The centralized applications are the ones that we are mostly familiar with and are big systems like exchanges that are regulated and that are operated by one entity that is usually incorporated. There are decentralized use cases that are the most innovative players, and just because they are using smart contracts, this automated software, they cannot be run by an entity or by an individual. It is possible they run just through smart contracts. And some of them, especially in the decentralized finance, are not even incorporated. So this is the innovation that is happening in this space, but when it comes to regulation, it can be a big challenge. These are two very famous examples of those two applications. Bitstamp is a centralized entity. It's an exchange where you can buy and trade crypto assets. It's operated by a controlled entity that is incorporated in Luxembourg, and the IT part is centralized. It's a centralized database that trades to the blockchain deposits, just in the part when it withdrawals from the blockchain. On the other side, the decentralized use case, Uniswap, is an exchange that is run completely on the blockchain, is not centralized. There is no entity that is operating Uniswap, And as I said before, we can transact directly from one person to the other without an intermediary, just because the technology works in this way. And this is where, without intermediaries, of course, it's really hard to ensure that there's no money laundering, or that without intermediaries we cannot control the flow of the crypto assets. Speaking about regulation, so this first part was the part where I wanted to introduce you to crypto assets and different parts of the application. And the second part of my presentation is talking about the regulation. So what is the reality of the regulation in Europe and how the future is going to look like? Why do we need a new crypto assets regulation? So the majority of the crypto assets currently fall outside of the scope of the EU legislation. Some of them are regulated already with existing mostly directives. So for example, existing EU financial service legislation could qualify as electronic money. So EU electronic money directive is regulating some of the stable coins that would fall into the definition of the e-money, or another stable coins or other crypto assets that could be financial instruments. So those are regulated by MiFID. So when we talk about the crypto assets regulation with MiCA, is the crypto assets that do not fall under those two directives. And again, just to go back to the basics, I think this is also very important when we talk about crypto assets. So the MiCA is a new regulation, which means that it's going to be immediately enforceable as a law in all member states simultaneously. So whatever the European Commission and the Parliament decides, it's going to be applicable to everyone in all the member states directly. As we heard before, some of the crypto assets are already regulated by directives, e-money directive or MiFID directive, which is not directly applicable and which was transposed international law in the past, which means that some of the crypto assets might be a financial instrument in one member state, but might not be a financial instrument in another member state. So this is just to show how complex this issue is. And I think in the future, we will need to think about it, and especially in the implementation phase, hopefully we'll solve these problems without many concerns from the investors or from the consumers. So going back to the existing crypto assets regulation, it is very fragmented. This is the fact. Some of the countries like Malta, like Germany and some other countries were very innovative already years ago, and they have issued laws that are covering some of the crypto assets issues. Some of them, they have covered just part of it, but most of them, they do not have a law addressing crypto assets. So as a project, or maybe as an investor, you do not have legal certainty, and you will need to check in every member state what is the current state with the regulation. Do you need the license or don't you need the license? So this is very hard for projects to, in a way, raise money to be global and to be present all over Europe, because crypto assets applications in general are meant to be global and are meant to be used by many consumers all over the world. The idea is that as we are users of social media, for example, we could be in the future users of some financial applications that can be used in a very seamless way, but also globally. So because there is no clarity, the crypto assets have no legal certainty on how whoever is using crypto assets have no legal certainty on how the crypto assets are treated on various topics like anti-money laundering, also taxes, but issuance and services with crypto that uses crypto assets especially. So in a way, in our work in the last months, we have done a lot of analysis comparing investments in the European Union projects and startups compared to the ones in the US. And of course, the US is leading in the innovation, but also investment in this category. And I think that, and I really hope that when having a holistic approach and a new overarching regulation in Europe, we are going to attract also more investments and innovation. So what are the objectives of MiCA, and what was the objective of the European Commission when it was drafting MiCA? MiCA would like to encourage the benefits of these new financial applications, but at the same time addressing the risks. So staying competitive, especially when we compare ourselves to Asia and US. The objectives are legal clarity, support of innovation, consumer and investor protection, and financial stability. Consumer and investor protection is very important because a lot of projects and applications today, they do not comply with this regulation and with the basic principles of consumer and investor protection. So it's really hard to understand how safe those applications are. What does it mean? What right do I have when I purchase one crypto asset? It, of course, all this data or information is not translated in our national language. So it is, I would say, a very risky industry from a point of view of an investor or a consumer. So this is why, again, this MiCA is going to be very beneficial for the whole European Union. So this regulation establishes uniform requirements for different entities. It wants to bring transparency and disclosure requirements for the issuance and admission to trading of crypto assets. Most of the crypto assets projects, they want to issue and trade their assets on the centralized exchanges, and this is going to be more transparent. And then the authorization and supervision of crypto asset service providers and issuers of asset reference tokens and electronic money tokens. So as I said before, stablecoins is a terminology that we're using in the industry, but when we translate it to the legal part, in MiCA, stablecoins are named asset reference tokens and electronic money tokens. Then the regulation is talking about operation, organization, and governance of issuers of assets reference tokens, issuers of electronic money tokens, and crypto asset service providers. Consumer protection rules, again, and measurement to prevent market abuse and to ensure the integrity of crypto assets markets. The scope of MiCA in general applies to entities engaged in issuance and service providers in the Union. So it means that all the ones that would like to issue or have a service in the European Union would need to be incorporated in one of the member states. So for example, in the practice, there's a lot of applications that are incorporated in Switzerland, but from now on, they would need to have an entity in the European Union. And now we come to the most important part, which is the definitions of crypto assets. The definitions are very broad. At the same time, they are very important, and they do lay the basis of the whole, the other part of this regulation. So you can read here the definitions of the crypto assets in general, which are the means which are digital representation of value or rights which may be transferred and stored electronically using distributed ledger technology or similar technology. So the regulator, in this sense, he wanted to have very broad definitions, but definitions that would stay for a long time. So also when they are defining asset reference tokens, electronic money tokens, or utility tokens, they are very broad. And there has been feedback from the industry, for example, that it was really hard to understand if they fall under these definitions or not. But in a sense, it makes sense that definitions today are broad enough. The issuer of crypto assets is the one that is regulated under this regulation, and it means the legal person who offers to the public any type of crypto assets or seek the admission of such crypto assets to the trading platform for crypto assets. So this, again, the issuer to this date was not regulated in this sense in the European Union. The other group of organizations that are regulated are the crypto asset service providers. And this is the definition. It means any person whose occupation or business is the provision of one or more crypto asset services to third parties on a professional basis. And here we have a list of all the service providers. So everyone that is working with custody or administration of crypto assets, it's operating a trading platform, as we mentioned before, exchange of crypto assets for fiat currency, that is the legal tender, or different type of exchanges from crypto assets to crypto assets, the exchange of orders for crypto assets on behalf of third parties, placing of crypto assets, the reception and transmission of orders, and providing advice on crypto assets. The advice in the last paragraph is meant financial advice on crypto assets. So for all these activities, there is going to be probably a license or very detailed regulated what does a person, if wants to offer the services in the European Union, would need to do. So, for example, offering and marketing of crypto assets is very detailed, regulated in very detail. So there is an obligation to publish a white paper. There are some requirements on what needs to be written in the white paper, and it's very similar to a prospectus. It's just a little bit less demanding. So what is the content? What are the notification periods for the white paper? In which way we need to market, which way we need to communicate about this issuance or offerings? What is the publication method, modification, and who to, of course, report to. So who is the regulator or the agency that you need to speak to before you offer crypto assets in the market. So going to the last part of the presentation, those are all the crypto assets that we know today in the market. They are regulated by different regulations and directives in the European Union. And it's going to be very important in the future how we are going to, in the practice, implement this regulation. There might be problems, as I said before, when it comes to definition of a financial instrument in different member states. The definition of the crypto assets, it is going to be unique in the whole EU. And of course, there might be still some changes because this regulation is still a draft, but we do not expect major changes. Together with MiCA, there is also a pilot regime that does regulate the security tokens and how they are going to be transferable and how they're going to be traded. So this is not a regulation, it's just a pilot regime, but I think it's equally important to the ones that are interested in this industry and are interested into investing, especially in the security tokens. So at the same time as MiCA, the pilot regime is being discussed right now in the Council, and we hope that it will be accepted as soon as possible. When it comes to MiCA and decentralized and decentralized use cases that I was mentioning before, so MiCA does regulate the centralized exchanges, but for the decentralized use cases, it's not very clear how it is going to be regulated. Probably it is going to be out of scope, or they're going to be illegal in Europe. And when it comes to blockchain and especially smart contracts, how we are going to implement and execute this regulation is going to be crucial here. There are a few dilemmas when it comes to MiCA and when it comes to regulating crypto assets, especially in the adaptation point of view. So the organizations that are the big ones are going to be easily adopting to this new regulation, but it's going to be harder for the innovative ones and especially startups that are working in this space. And of course, what we need to take into account is the technology neutrality, which means that equal burdens needs to be and equally regulated for different projects that are using different type of technology, because again, blockchain is a very broad term, but there are different technologies within DLT and within blockchain. And of course, as I mentioned before, proportionality for the ones that are incumbents, for the ones that are just coming into this industry, and the ones that are working within the industry in a regulated way for years. The last part, I just want to mention NFTs because we talked about it today. The NFTs are not going to be regulated within MiCA, but they are very popular in the last months. So I think in the last draft, the MiCA is defining what a non-fungible token is, and that it's an asset that is not going to be regulated by the MiCA. But at the same time, there are many legal questions when it comes to NFTs, especially intellectual property curation, and in some cases, NFTs can be financial instruments too. So to conclude, MiCA and the pilot regime is going to be very important for the future of the crypto assets industry in Europe. And of course, it needs to take into account equal opportunities between incumbents and newcomers, proportionality, and of course, it needs to have an idea on how to adopt operational requirements for all the different types of organizations that are working in this industry in Europe. Thank you so much for the time. And of course, I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, so hello, Marina. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. It was an informative session. So I personally enjoyed it very much. So thank you so much for your time and effort. We hope to see you again with us. Thank you so much, Marina.
Thank you.
Stay safe. Bye. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is Professor Dr. Annabelle Terrence-Heber, who is working as the Managing Director from SRH Institute. So she's with us, so let's welcome her. So hi, Dr. Annabelle.
Hi, thank you for welcoming me.
Hello, how are you?
Can I take over?
Yes, sure. You can share your screen now and the stage is all yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It doesn't look good now, but I hope it will be possible in a minute.
Sure, sure.
Okay. Normally works very easily, but now it makes a problem here. Okay. So. Okay. I hope it works now. It just tells me that I have to quit my system and update it to be possible to share the screen. So I think for this moment, I would like to do an alternative, send you over my presentation, and that you guide me through. Is this possible?
Sure, you can show this.
Because otherwise, I think it takes us another 5 minutes or so. So
okay.
We will lose some time. Should I send it to Serena?
Yes, you can send it to ma@pgsolx.com.
ME at
A for alpha.
Okay, .com. Okay, so I send this to presentation. There it is. I send you the PowerPoint one. There it is. I think I sent you the. Yeah. Okay, there we are. So it's been sent now. Have you received it? So have you received it?
Okay, we haven't received it yet. Can you please resend it? It's the email address is M like mother, A like alpha, at P.
A like alpha. Okay,
Yes.
I heard E like, and I sent it to Serena too. So
Okay.
MA, okay.
Yes. MA at PGS OLX.
Ali, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Just send. So now you should have received it. Have you received it?
Yes, we have received it. We will be just starting it in a few seconds. Just wait for a
Okay,
while.
great. Thank you very much.
No problem. It's okay.
I think we'll wait. I thought I could start already, but I think it's more, it's better to wait a few seconds. Everybody has it in front of him. Or otherwise, I can start already talking a little bit about my profession and the institute. I don't hear you. I can't hear you. You're muted.
Okay, yes, you can start your introduction now, and we are just preparing it, and it will be with us in a few moments.
Okay, super. So I'm happy to present today about sustainable finance, and hope that the presentation will be there as soon as possible. Sustainable finance is a topic which is very important, gaining very important in the visibility of the company for the last years. I'm busy with this topic since founding the Institute for Sustainability Management in 2012, where we're not only worldwide dealing with products and sustainability, but also very busy and very much involved in processes, making processes sustainable, but also including the social, economical, and ecological part of sustainability. Most important is for us that first of all, it's a holistic approach. We are how we check sustainability, and to find also regulations and rules how to measure this. Super, thank you so much. So I can start already with the presentation. So
Sure.
Sustainable finance. I think it's a keyword, has been a keyword for the last few years, that more and more people talking about sustainable finance. And it's not pretty new, but in its relation, it's pretty new. First of all, we start on the second slide with what is sustainable finance. So then you can switch to the next one, to slide 2. Yeah, is this 2? Yeah, right, thank you. So sustainable finance is first of all the practice of taking aspects of sustainability into consideration in the investment decision-making processes. The ultimate political goal is encouraging economic growth while discouraging harmful practices. Important for achieving positive outcomes from investments in the long run is the whole goal. So it's not just something which is a social idea, which is NGO driven. It's really something which is, from looking at it from a long approach, something which is really successful even for each company. So we can go to slide 3, which shows the ESG considerations. The next slide, please. Slide 3, please. Thank you. So this shows the idea of sustainability. It's about environmental, social, and governance considerations. But this is not everything, because this is a normal look with columns we divide sustainability in. But if you look from a holistic approach, there's even more in it. For example, it's important is also looking at the process, how these three parts are implemented and how these three parts are working together. We look at this on the next slides. So please go to slide 4. Thank you. Why is sustainable finance so important? So first of all, long-term financial outlook on investments, it's based on the general trend going rapidly towards more consciousness and responsibility in the public. Sustainability aspects will become more and more important in consumers' purchase decisions, as we could have seen during the last 2 years already. And this is not a trend national, it's an international trend, it's a worldwide trend. Employees' focus shift from solely monetary factors to ethical and reputation aspects, which is really good because companies has to follow if they want to stay successful in the long run. Good publicity for being a responsible player in the financial sector is something which is even more and more important. And the lead to current and future government regulations is also a very important factor, such as plans in the European Union for a legal framework requiring the disclosure of sustainability aspects in investment decisions. Good sustainability ratings will be crucial in the future in order to ensure solvency. And conscious investments help us sustain a positive reputation of investors among the general public and potential ventures. So crucial for businesses that are looking for investments and focus on a sustainable image. Making a positive impact and setting a good example by investing consciously and by keeping sustainability goals in mind in the decision-making process is getting more and more important. We move to the next slide, which shows a schematic visualization of the European Union Action Plan on Sustainable Finance, which is important because it shows the plans of the European Union among the regulations about sustainability, and it shows in this this European Union Action Plan will eventually lead to the legislation. And what I wanted to point out without going through the whole is these are ESG-based investment decision, standardized taxonomy and benchmark sustainability criteria, incorporating sustainability criteria and credit ratings, and prudential requirements for banks and insurances, and more disclosure mandates on sustainability for companies' investors. These are aspects which are planned in the action plan of the European Union on sustainable finance. And looking at this, it gives us a really clear goal and shows us a very clear sign. We are moving towards regulations in this field, which is not such as you are not allowed to do this and this, which is more like that companies which are following these regulations will be supported and will be more and more attractive for not even only employees, but also for corporations, and will be rated also much more high. We move to slide 6, which is about the environmental considerations. Please go to slide 6. Thank you. Environmental considerations include, but not limited to, climate change mitigation and adaptation, to preservation of biodiversity, to pollution prevention, and to circular economy practices. So example is the Russian oil and gas company Gazprom, which is just one of many examples in the industry that are under constant criticism for harmful practices. For instance, the company has drawn protests by NGOs, such as Greenpeace, for Arctic offshore drilling practices that cause damage to the Arctic ecosystem, with no safety plans to prevent oil spills. We can move to the next slide, which is about social considerations. Please move. Yeah, thank you. So social considerations includes issues of inequality, inclusiveness, investment in human capital and communities, and human rights. As an example, the Irish British fast fashion retailer Primark was subject to several public controversies in the past. Workers in garment factories for Primark worked under extremely poor conditions. So, for example, a factory in Bangladesh collapsed in 2013 due to structural deficits that were known and identified the day before. Employees were still pressurized to report to work, and many workers died in the incident. Additionally, over the past year, several SOS messages were found by customers hidden in Primark products, allegedly sent by factory workers under inhuman working conditions. So if we move to slide 8, it's about governance considerations. Slide 8, please. Slide 8, please. Yeah, thank you. Governance of private and public institutions considerations include management structures, employee relations, and executive remuneration. So one example is the US grocery store chain Walmart, largest private employer in the world, which is under constant criticism for paying starving wages to store workers who work under bare minimum conditions, while store managers average $150 a year. The second sample is Britain's publicly-funded healthcare system has met resistance throughout the COVID-19 pandemic for the system, not only being underfunded in general, but also because healthcare works inside the public system are paid poorly, even despite their undeniable necessity, especially in the pandemic. When we move to slide 9, it's about what activities are sustainable. Because first of all, what is sustainable is a huge question, and important for us is of course to have measurements, kind of KPIs, how sustainable something is, an activity or a program, whatever. So additionally, there are certain certifications and seals of approval for companies and products deemed sustainable based on set criteria on specific fields such as workers' rights, energy efficiency, organic production of food products, transport, and furthermore. The certificates can be valuable indicators to assess a business sustainability commitment. Examples are Fairtrade, or Wildlife Fund, or the Organic Seal. Furthermore, the European Union is currently developing an extensive classification for what activities and practices are considered sustainable. It is already considered the gold standard and could become a model for similar frameworks globally. Therefore, the United Union taxonomy for sustainable activities is a great reference for sustainable decision-making. So we move on to slide 10, which is about the general ESGs and the KPIs. Sustainability or annual reports often include helpful KPIs such as the carbon footprint or the water footprint. When compared to other businesses or similar size and looking at the development throughout the past few years, these can be very helpful indicators to understand the efforts put into environmental sustainability. For the decision-making process, a scoreboard can be a helpful tool. For example, the European Federation of Financial Analysts or Societies, the EFFAS, has published KPIs for sustainability. The paper includes both general and sector-specific KPIs. So this is my presentation, and if you can move to the next one. You see the last one if you want to get in touch to me. And now I'm happy to hear questions from you, to discuss furthermore the idea of sustainable finance with you.
Okay, so thank you so much, Dr. Annabelle, for your presentation, and it was a wonderful session. So
Thank you very much.
we are looking forward to work with you in our next conference. Thank you so much. Stay safe. Bye. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is John Tihan, and he will be with us within few moments, so stay connected. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, John is coming in a few minutes, so stay connected. Hello, good morning, John. Can you
Good
hear me?
morning.
How are
I
you?
can hear you perfectly. Very good, thank you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, here John Tehan is with us. He's working as portfolio manager at RWC. And John, kindly share your screen. And John, thank you so much for being here at our conference. We are honored to have you. And kindly share your screen.
Okay, one moment.
Okay, sure. Perfect. I can see it.
Is that good?
Yes, it's perfect. So,
Great.
John, you can start your presentation now, and the stage is all yours. Thank you. Stay safe.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. As you heard, my name is John Tehan. I'm a value portfolio manager with RWC. And what I would like to show you today, and forgive the church bells in the background, what I would like to show you today is how impact investing is developing and how we would like to redefine what impact investing is and take it outside of what would be the traditional definition, if you like. You will all be familiar with this chart, I suspect, the spectrum of capital. So traditionally, it's gone from the left, where traditional investment, where we had very purely focused on risk and return. And then in terms of impact goals, there weren't any impact goals. And in terms of intentions, we might have been aware of some externalities, but it really wasn't our role to really do anything about it. That has obviously developed and over the last decade, and even before that, with religious or faith-based mandates into responsible investing and sustainable investing. When you go further to the right, then you came to impact investing. And impact investing was much more focused on having a positive impact and having the intention of making a positive impact. Finally, you had philanthropy, where you were not concerned about the returns. It was in the giving part rather than seeking any financial return at all, which impact investing always had a focus on some level of return. So what has changed? Well, you will all be very familiar with what's changed in society. Climate risk awareness has gone mainstream. You know, we see it now on Sky News every day. We've got the daily climate show. Generational change has gone about, which means that we've now got people working who've got a much different view on these issues, be it on the environment or on social issues. And people are, at least I think, looking for a greater purpose at work. And that is coming through into how we invest. The social media has transformed the landscape. That's raised risks for companies. The transmission of those risks is much faster. And we've seen campaigns like Black Lives Matter, Ferguson Love Wins Me Too have created change, have forced change in companies. And then there's regulation and political change. In terms of regulation, it's moving fast, and there's a vast amount of regulation from the European Union with the EU taxonomy and SFDR. But then you've got a change in the political environment in the US, and that means that there's change coming from the SEC. So massive regulatory and political change. And then COVID has given all of this an unexpected boost. It's exposed massive inequalities in society. We've had those people who have had assets, have come out of the COVID crisis very well. They've increased their wealth. Obviously, if you didn't have assets, you haven't benefited from house prices increasing, or indeed stock prices increasing. So that's in society. And then when we think of finance, what's happened in finance? Well, I think there's an acknowledgement that we have to change. And that's driven both altruistically, so we know it's the right thing to do. We have to make changes. We have to deal with things like climate change and the social issues that we're facing. But it's also in our self-interest. And when you get those two things aligned, then it can be very powerful. It's in the self-interest of people in finance to change the way we manage money, to change the product offering. Just like in society, regulation and political change is making us change in finance. And coming back to our own self-interest, there's enormous amounts of money pouring into ESG funds. And this is really a wake-up call for all asset managers, particularly asset managers like our fund managers focused on value stocks, and I'll come on to that a little bit later. Because access to capital is now being determined by your ESG profile, and the ratings of stocks that are highly rated in ESG terms, they're going higher. And that obviously presents risks, but it also presents opportunities. But there's also an acknowledgement within finance that all investment has impact, and we've got to think about that impact, that there's both positive and negative impact, and we got to see how we manage that. Just to give you an idea of the flows that we're seeing into ESG funds, on the left, this is just in the UK, and what you can see that through 2020, there was enormous change in those flows. There was a huge uplift. So that, as I said, is a wake-up call for all fund managers. You can see it on the right-hand side in terms of ESG ETF flows. And put those two things together, you've got huge flows into ESG funds, but also into ESG ETFs. For an active manager, this is a real challenge. We've seen passives over the last decade really put pressure on fees. And now there's an offering through ETFs for ESG. So we've got to understand, well, what can we do? What is our purpose, if you like? What can we provide as investors to the end investor? And what changes need to happen in the financial community? There's one other thing I want to touch on, which is that ESG is highly correlated with growth. And this poses one of the risks to investors who are focused on or who have been investing in ESG funds, in that growth is more aligned. Growth stocks have a higher ESG rating than, say, value stocks, which I focus on. And therefore, the flows have been going into ESG funds that are invested in growth stocks, or ETFs that are invested in growth stocks. And this has this is a virtuous cycle, if you like, in terms of valuation multiples. So the valuation of these stocks has gone higher. Now that's very good, because in the past you've been rewarded for holding ESG or highly rated ESG stocks, but you must ask yourself the question whether multiples can continue to expand. That's a risk. And for ESG itself, the industry needs to mature that it's not just focused on one style of investing. It has to broaden out. That obviously for us is in our self-interest as value investors. But if you think if growth ever underperforms, then a question mark could then be put over investing in ESG funds itself. So the industry needs to mature and broaden out. As a value investor, it's challenging because we focus traditionally on, or we focus on more traditional sectors. So if you think about value investing in banks, insurers, in energy, in mining, these are all companies with much more sustainability challenges, and particularly around the environment. So this is a challenge to us. How do we remain meaningful? How do we retain our business? And how do we retain capital so we can allocate it to those underlying companies? And really what I think value has to offer is that we can have an impact, because we are invested in more sustainably challenged and more environmentally challenged sectors. We can have a greater impact in terms of creating change and helping that transition to a more low carbon environment. So just stepping back for a second and thinking, what is traditionally being seen as impact investing? And I put the definition here on this slide, and you can see that impact investing was made with an intention. It had to be the intention to make a positive change, and you had to be able to measure it. So intentionality and additionality were very important. And additionality is that the change happened because of the investment. It would not have happened otherwise. And that's extremely important to think about when today we invest in ESG, highly rated ESG funds. Are you having any additionality in terms of your impact when you do that? And traditionally, we saw that impact funds were invested in private markets, so private equity, real estate, private debt, not in the listed markets. So why broaden the definition of impact investing? Well, we have to try every means possible to mitigate climate change and to adapt to climate change. And it's very difficult because Mark Carney, among others, describe it as the tragedy of the commons and the tragedy of the horizons. It's very difficult to try and address these problems in the traditional sense of investing. So we have to adapt. And there are many other social issues, and we've seen the social issues arise particularly since the global financial crisis. We've seen populism, we've seen Brexit, we've seen various leaders elected around the world on the back of a populist uprising because of the inequalities that are associated with globalization, for example. And for us who've grown up thinking the CAPM, the efficient market hypothesis, holds and those assumptions, and there were no flaws of globalization, well, this is being a real wake-up call. There are lots of issues we need to address around market failures and also around globalization. We also have to broaden the definition of impact investing because traditional investment or traditional active management is becoming disrupted. So if you want to stay relevant, you have got to innovate. I would also say that if you want to make impact, if you want to truly have an impact, as I referred to earlier, you have to think about your investments. All investment has impact, some more so than others. If you, as I said, invest in a fund that's already highly rated, already highly aligned with the sustainability, sustainable development goals, are you having an impact? Well, I would say not that much because it's the company itself is having an impact. Unless you contribute to growth in that company, unless you contribute capital when they're looking for capital, that's when you actually create impact, not just by buying and selling shares. So the broader definition of impact for me is broadening out that finance first impact to impact first investing. So there's a spectrum. And in the spectrum of capital, we saw that there already exists within impact investing a broad range of what the return requirements were. If you expand that and you bring in traditional investment, what you will see is that us as traditional investors, we will look first to meet those greater than market return targets, but then also to have an impact. So instead of having this split between traditional investing, responsible investing, ESG investing, we'll think of it in a different way. It will be finance first, impact investing, down to impact first, impact investing. And that's how the spectrum will broaden. When we think about impact investing from our perspective, from an investor perspective, it would be focused on engagement, collaboration, voting, and getting the right incentives. Incentives drive behavior. So for us, creating the right remuneration structures within a company are extremely important. But we also see engagement and collaboration as the absolute key levers to make an impact in a company. And previously, we would have been challenged on this, saying, as a small shareholder in a company, what can you do? What can you achieve? Well, I think engine number one in the US, getting 3 directors on the board of ExxonMobil, showed what even a very small investor can do. And that is through collaboration with other investors. And we have the means to do that. There are many shareholder coalitions. We've got Climate Action 100+. We've got so many frameworks and forum that we can use to collaborate and to push companies to behave better, or to push companies to increase their emission targets, for example. So this is what it's going to be: engagement, collaboration, voting at AGMs, and then getting the incentives right. The difference with traditional investing is also that it's post-investment rather than pre-investment. And that's both in the sense that the investment is already made, if you think of the assets, but also that you've bought the shares. You've bought the shares in the company. It's not before you buy the shares. It is once you become a shareholder, that's when you can have the impact. It's also going to be much more difficult to measure the actual impact. That's a real challenge for us, and I will cover that a little bit later again. But finally, what I would want to emphasize is that we changed what I guess the definition of a responsible investor is, in that you can invest in brown assets and be a responsible investor, because you're trying to take those brown assets to become green assets. And that's a key part of broadening the definition. So just to illustrate in terms of that difference between an investor impact and a company impact, we see the chart here on this slide. And what you can see is that if you want to have an impact as an investor, you either enable growth, and that's at the beginning where you give capital to a company who is seeking capital to make additional investments, or the other way is to encourage improvement, and that is the collaboration, engagement, incentives, and voting. That's how you do it. Whereas for a company to have impact, it is the products and services they offer. And again, the strap line, you don't have impact if you're just being exposed to impactful companies. You have to change the companies themselves to have some meaningful impact. And therefore it becomes a question, do we have to measure impact for it to count? And here, what we can see is a chart demonstrating the different impacts an investor can have in a company. So some of them will be negative impacts, there will be positive impacts, some will be measurable, some will be intentional, and some will be claimable. And this is a real challenge for us in the listed equity sector. How do we measure the impact? And what really needs to be the focus of investors in our strategies is that, one, that we have a clear intention to have a positive impact, that we communicate that clearly, that our strategy is to have impact is the intention. Now, whether we can claim subsequent change or not is going to be difficult, because when you've got a shareholder coalition, who can claim that it was their advice that pushed the management to make a change? So that is going to be certainly going to be a difficult area, the part that it has to be claimable. And being measurable is also going to be difficult. It's going to be very hard to demonstrate in a quantitative way how we've made change. But there are ways that we can at least show that the trends are positive. So what are the challenges? Well, expanding our fiduciary duties is a major challenge. And we've gone a long way in doing this already. If you think about all the ESG issues we discuss now, we're able to see them in the context of risks for the company and opportunities for the company. And therefore, we're able to take them into account. This was not happening 10 years ago. So this has already been an expansion of our fiduciary duties. What is a trickier one to move in terms of fiduciary duty is whether we can define it as doing good for society when it's not immediately having a direct impact on the company. And Fiona Reynolds of the PRI discusses this a lot. Her point was that, well, there's no point beneficiaries of a pension fund having these assets in retirement if they're not able to live in a world that isn't suffering from climate warming or other social issues. So that is the basis on which we would think about wider society and not solely the company itself. That is a difficult place for an asset manager or a fund manager that has a return target first or a finance first mandate. It's hard to go onto that second derivative, if you like, of impact, where we're going to try and, through actions with our companies, create a better society, even if it doesn't immediately impact on the company. What we're basically saying is that in 10 or 15 years' time, the economy, the climate, the planet will be in a better position, and therefore our companies will benefit from that. That is a more challenging area in fiduciary duty, and that's something that is obviously been developing. There's also the issue about balancing return requirements with impact. So when we think of pension funds in particular, and many pension funds are in deficit, how can they balance what impact they would like with those return requirements and very obvious return requirements? So if you're a trustee, how do you think about that? How do you think about putting money into an impact fund where potentially you're going to get a lower return, and the benefit is via society aids indirectly? So pension funds are struggling with this concept. Other challenges are winning allocator trust. You know, it is in our self-interest to do this. So obviously the question becomes, are we greenwashing, or are we genuinely trying to make change? Are we genuinely implementing ESG? And that will be for the fund selectors. That would be their job to understand how they determine whether it's a genuine integration of ESG, a genuine desire to have impact, or whether it's just greenwashing. And again, demonstrating success, measurement is going to be a real challenge. So how will those fund selectors assess impact? The first thing is that the intention is clear. That when we lay out as fund managers and product providers, when we lay out our prospectus, or we lay out our mandate, and in our marketing documentation, that the intention to have an impact is clear. We have to make it clear. And then that has to be evidenced. And the way you can evidence it is via how many engagements we have, what kind of collaboration we were involved in, what is our voting activity. So that shows you clearly that the activity, the action has backed up the intention. And you can also monitor it as regards to our investment decisions. Are our investment decisions aligned with the desire to have an impact? Or are we not quite living up to the words by the actions on those investment decisions? We can also look at the underlying data. While it's harder to measure, we can look for data that's going in a positive direction. Some potential benchmarks are measuring our companies against the UN Sustainability Development Goals. We could use SASB, and obviously with the SFDR under Article 8, we can see against the Principal Adverse Index whether we're making progress. So they all offer a way to understand whether our companies are making progress, whether there's impact, even if we can't claim them. And that's the key. The three things to look out for are the intention. The intention is clear that we want to move in that direction. The activity is there, and the trend are we're having an impact, even if we can't claim it, or even if we can't measure it exactly. And here we give you an example of how the UN Sustainable Development Goals might look or might be measured. Here, this is MSCI. It's looking at the impact different companies have on those SDGs. And this might be something that you would see on a portfolio level, and you would understand from 1 year to the next whether companies were becoming more aligned or less aligned with those goals. In terms of the SFDR regulation, you can see within the environment how we could measure against these Principal Adverse Index factors. Now, one thing we have to be aware of is that the data is not quite there yet, particularly from company disclosure. And that's what MSCI is showing here, that on many issues, if we take biodiversity or water, you can see that company disclosures are very low. Less than 10% of companies are disclosing on these issues. But company disclosures is not the only way we can demonstrate the impact companies are having or the progress companies are made. There's a vast industry of alternative data that's coming through that will help us to do that. Now, it's within the company's interests to be in control of the data, to disclose themselves. But as I said, if we don't get that, then there is alternative data that will help us to achieve some measure of the trend of how companies are evolving. Now, I want to give an example, a case study of how things have, how things can benefit the end shareholder through having the ability or the willingness to actually support brown companies as they transition to green. So this is Ørsted, and Ørsted has been defined as the most sustainable energy company in the world by Corporate Knights. And what we've seen is that Ørsted has gone through an amazing transformation in the last 15 years plus. If we go back to 2008, 2009, Ørsted was one of the leading coal plant builders in the world, developers in the world. They saw themselves as absolutely leading in the technology around coal and in generation of electricity. But at the same time, management realized that the world was changing, and few things prompted this, including protests against a plant they were building in Germany. So management decided that they were going to change the company. They were going to move it from a fossil fuel company, focused company, to a green company, to a renewable focused company. And it was a very bumpy road. And the company was owned by the Danish government back in 2008, 2009. So there was both internal pressure, our forces that would have been challenging this move, saying, well, there's going to be career risk, our skills that we have, this is going to be a challenge to remaining employed and remaining relevant in the sector. There was also government issues. So the Danish government would look at it and say, well, you're moving from fossil fuels to renewable energies, which wind energy, was it, how reliable was it in terms of underpinning the Danish economy and underpinning employment in Denmark? So there were lots of challenges to the company at that point, but they went through, they've got through it. And along the way, there was other bumps. So in 2012, the company suffered a large drawdown because gas prices in the US dropped. It crimped their profits in Europe, just to the point where they were growing very fast. They were putting a lot of money into growing their offshore wind off Denmark. That meant they got a credit downgrade. So this is a very tricky time. Today, when we look at the share price, it's extremely expensive. Everybody wants to hold the stock. It's on 52 times EV to EBIT. But when you go back even to 2016, when the company IPO'd, it was only on 7 times EV to EBIT. Investors were not seeing it as they are now. It was still seen as a brown company. So if you want to make very attractive returns, you can make them in that brown to green transition, as long as that's what the intention of the company is. Here you can see the amazing returns, nearly 300% for shareholders who got in at the IPO. So there's two things going on here. There's one is that if you invest in these kinds of companies, brown companies that do transition to a low carbon world, you can benefit massively in terms of returns. There's another thing, which is these companies like Ørsted, when they sold their oil and gas assets, when they divested, it did not mean emissions reduced from those assets that were sold. Those assets were not decommissioned. They were, as we saw in 2017, when Enios bought their EMP business for 1.3 billion, those assets are continued to be extracted. And you can see that the Science-Based Target made that point, that even though they were divested, those operations were still emitting carbon. And this is a real point that we need to understand when we look for divestment. Divestment may make the company more sustainable, it may give it a higher valuation, but it may not do anything in terms of reducing carbon emissions. So in conclusion, the world has changed. Environmental issues have come onto the agenda in a very, very strong way. Social issues have come onto the agenda, and they're both demanding change. All investment has impact, and therefore we need to understand what that impact is. We need to understand the positive and negative contributions. We also need to understand that in investing in companies that are highly rated in terms of their green credentials does not have the impact we might think it has. It aligns us with what we believe in, but it doesn't have an impact. The greatest impact you can have is not investing in those virtuous companies, rather investing in the brown to green transition. And that can be aligned with very attractive returns if the transition, if the companies manage to achieve that transition. And I'd also say that while we see challenges to the likes of pension funds to make the move to impact investing, because the return requirements they have and because many of them are in deficit, means that's a very difficult move. For private investors, and many of you will be facing as within private banks and private wealth, private investors have much greater flexibility to look at this and to understand the impact they can have, and therefore not only have impact, but also to have the opportunity to financially benefit from that. So for me, it is broadening the impact investing definition, recognize that we all have impact, different levels of it, understanding that if we continue down the route of defining ESG investing as investing solely in companies that have high ESG rating, then we won't have the impact we need. And with the climate emergency and social issues we're facing, I do not think we can afford to take that route. Often that will be an easier route to take in terms of it doesn't conflict with our desire not to be supportive of oil and gas companies. But if you can support those companies in their tradition, then you will have a greater impact than you may do by just divesting those assets. So thank you very much, and now very happy to take questions.
Hello, John. Thank you so much for your interesting session, and we have enjoyed so much listening to your presentation. So honored to have you at our conference. Thank you so much for being here. We hope to see you again in our next conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now our next presenter is Maria Brumberg, who's working as Head of Payments and Billing Project Unit from PaymentsOp. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Maria. She's here with us. So, hello, Maria, how are you?
Hello to everybody. I'm great.
That's great. Okay, so Maria, thank you so much for being here. It's an honor for us to have you at our conference. So I can see your slides perfectly. So you can start your presentation now. Stage is all yours. Thank you.
Great, lovely. Thank you very much. It's actually very interesting to be here in this session. My name is Maria Brumberg, and I am payments and billing expert working on the product side mostly. My career has originated from a risk monitoring and managing risk teams. So I always have sort of a warm place in my heart for this area of the business. I've been working in billing and payments for almost 20 years now. And I'm very excited to be here on this session. I know that this is the 7th session of this day, and you probably had lots of interesting information, that you heard so far. So I will try to make this session a little bit more entertaining as much as it can go with the real-time transaction monitoring. I will just give you a little intro into PaymentsOp. So PaymentsOp is an advisory business in the field of payments, fraud management, compliance, and billing. We are providing services to retail merchants, to fintechs, to technological businesses, to independent sales vendors, to acquiring banks and processors. And lately, we've also seen some financial institutions that been approaching us, asking us what's the right way to go into, more techie side of finance. Even though we are called an advisory, in reality, what we do is that we go into the business and we help them move forward projects related to automation of payments and risk management. And as such, we have chance to see how things work inside businesses and to understand what are, good things and bad things that happened in different businesses. And I was very excited when people, asked me to go and talk at the wealth management conference for financial institutions, because even I think several years ago, I don't think that would be that relevant to that type, of businesses. But today it is, because many financial institutions go into this, online world, trying to develop tools that will match, the new crowd of customers that want to do business differently, that want to transact differently, that want to invest differently. So let's just briefly overview the agenda that we're going to have in this session. Hold on, I'm just going to move this. I have Zoom in the middle of my slide. So we're going to first of all talk about creating the right infrastructure for efficient monitoring of transactional risk. Then we can talk about monitoring strategy itself, what can work. And then we can talk about identify and handle real-time fraud. At the end, we're going to have some time for questions. if you have any questions, but you also can contact us and we'll be happy to discuss if there are any topics that are of interest to you. So how do I talk about risk management? First of all, this is attention alert. I hope you all see Batman here on the slide, and no, this is not a mistake. I personally talk a lot about risk management in different businesses. It can be financial institutions and it can be technological companies, but my main challenge usually is to explain to different stakeholders across the business what are the challenges that the risk and compliance teams are facing when working in real time with the transactions that happen all the time instantly, and there is not too much time, for delays. So in my opinion, Batman is a great analogy for risk management team. First of all, because he is a superhero, but he's not just a superhero. He is actually a superhero that uses technology to fight crime. So he doesn't have any superpowers. The technology is what enables him to protect people. And this is exactly what happens with the monitoring teams and with the compliance teams. These are people that need to work and to have the right infrastructure, the right technology, the right data to react fast and to see if there is something going on. So of course, this challenge may differ between businesses and depending on in which industry you are, whether this is payments, pay-ins, payouts, whether this is insurance, whether this is trading or investing. But we see similar challenges coming across different types of businesses. And what we also see is that companies that are technologically developed have the ability to respond much faster to these threats and to adapt faster, to the new trends that happen in the market. So moving to the next slide. This slide is called Real-Time Payments When Two Worlds Collide. What am I talking about in this slide? Basically, I see that there are two trends to risk management and compliance. The first trend in the banking industry is, of course, the traditional banking approach. And then now we see also the technological companies approach. And these two points of view right now coming together actually on both sides, on the technological company side, that all of a sudden they need to deal with compliance and regulation, and with the financial institutions that want to get into this world of technology and to reach out to new audiences. So if you're talking about the, hold on a second, let's change the slide, yes. So if we're talking about traditional financial institutions approach, it's very often compliance and regulation driven. What does it mean? It means that this is a financial institution. There is awareness of all the regulation and the compliance and the rules. There are dedicated personnel there that are highly qualified. And there is a lot of talk and work going on about the regulation. The other thing is that the regulation compliance is quite heavy. And when I say heavy, I mean that A, really in financial services, there is a lot of regulation, and B, there is a tendency to give extremely conservative interpretation to every regulation and law that's going on. In addition to that, there is usually lower risk appetite, and that's partially because of that conservative interpretation of the regulation. So it sometimes happens that I can see that businesses are ready to give up on business opportunities as they think that they are too risky for them. Additional thing that we see often is the legacy systems. Sometimes there's just really nothing that can be done about. Some of the banking institutions just have to work with particular types of systems, and it's very hard to change them. But what we also see is multiple system in each business. It may be that's due to acquisitions or mergers or any other reasons, but the teams, the people need to work on multiple systems. They have part of an information in one system, another part of information in the other system. And it's very, very tricky. In addition to that, the fact that there are different systems means that the data is not consistent, or the data is in the different systems, and there is sometimes no one place where the data is accumulated, which is a very big risk for real-time monitoring. Also, we can see that due to the fact that we have multiple systems, it is extremely hard to add additional new tools, because sometimes the new tool that we want to add needs to be integrated to a number of existing systems. And so each integration becomes extremely complex, takes a lot of time. And a result of all this, we also see a lot of manual processes, basically where technology doesn't manage, people have to come in and do this manual work. And this manual work, of course, can be slow, it can be tedious, it can be prone to error, both human error and sometimes technological error. And what we get in many of these situations is that we get teams that are actually need to do their work, but they're afraid to touch something. They're basically afraid to mess things up in the process. And this is not a good situation, because people that are afraid to mess things up just trying to do as less innovation as possible. So in opposition to that, we have a technological driven approach. And what is the technological driven approach? Well, first of all, we're talking about companies that are product companies. Many of them didn't even start as financial institutions or didn't provide originally any financial services at all. They just had a product. It may be some kind of platform. It can be a marketplace. It can be a website sort of building tool or something else like that. So the idea behind these tools is that they have to be very intuitive, very simple, very friendly for the customers. Additional thing that we see that these companies actually got into the financial services because they didn't find any other way to cope with these flows. What happens is often technological firms find out that their users face particular challenge that is related to finance. Let's say they need securities, or they need insurance, or they need to deposit funds, or they need to transfer funds, or they need to pay out funds, all sorts of different scenarios. And then the company understands that they need to integrate the services into their offering. Like the main approach that they have usually is, let's go and find a partner. Let's find a financial institution that's going to help us to handle that. But very often that fails because the financial institutions themselves, while they are certified to do these services, they are not enough technically proficient to help these technological platforms. The integration doesn't work, or the moment that the customer, sort of leaves the realm of this technological platform and goes to the realm of the financial service, the timelines that it takes to implement the solution and to get this loan or to get this money transferred, it's just too much time for the customers that are used to a certain level, of service. The other thing that characterizes technological firms is, of course, R&D power. They have usually big teams, a lot of squads, and they have enough manpower to actually develop things, implement tools, and keep the infrastructure up to date. They're also not afraid to upgrade the infrastructure, sometimes, totally migrate to a new infrastructure, or find ways to combine together different systems in a way that it works relatively smooth. Additional interesting characteristic is their risk tolerance. The risk appetite for these companies are usually higher than the traditional financial institutions. And for that, there can be several explanations. Well, first of all, many of these firms, when they started, or even now in some of the markets, they don't have such heavy regulation as regular financial institutions or banks. Sometimes the regulators actually don't know how to treat these institutions. So they have sort of a little bit of free hand to do things and develop new tools, while the regulator didn't come and tell them, you can't do that, or you just have to do that in a very particular way. The other thing is, many of them actually don't understand completely all the risks, because they're, they don't have maybe these big compliance teams, and they don't go into the depth of the regulation. So they are just going ahead with things and learning on the way. And the final thing, even if they are subject to compliance, and even if they are aware of the compliance, what they see is just a challenge and a problem to be solved. So what they say is like, well, the user needs to do such and such. Okay, how do we do it in the less time possible, in the most seamless way possible? How do we turn this to our own advantage? So obviously I'm talking about, firms like Facebook, Google, Alibaba, but that's not only the big technological giants, it's actually also the smaller firms that we can see today that deal with these challenges and implement this seamless flow for transacting, for customer onboarding, and so on. The truth is, I think that this technological approach is the right approach for today if a financial institution wants to go, sort of to, to the application side of things, to do online business, to, to attract these younger users that want to use, all the gadgets and all the different tools to use the financial services. We're talking not only about developed countries like United States or Europe or Australia and so on. Actually, I think that in the developing markets such as China, India, Pacific countries, Africa, Middle East, Latam, this is even more acute. And that is because many financial institutions there didn't serve large populations of the customers. Many of the customers were unbanked, or they didn't have access to the banks, even to the branches, and the banks didn't offer applications. So technological companies sort of got into this niche and started, providing these services to the users. And what happened is that the users got used to certain way of transacting and performing operations. So now when the banks are realizing the potential of these markets and they're getting into this niche, it's complex because they need to stand up to these standards that were set by the technological companies. So we see over the past decade, I would say, that there is an awareness among financial institutions that they need to go and to automate the processes and to offer the services in different digital channels. But the pace of adoption wasn't very fast, frankly saying. There was definitely awareness. There were attempts, there were talks, there were roadmaps, and so on. And all that was impacted by the last year, when in 2020, when we had the COVID, many financial institutions understood the gap between what they actually have and what they actually need to serve their customers online. There were many customers that couldn't get to their bank, that needed to deposit checks but couldn't get to their office, and so on. And this was a big challenge. And again, this is where the technological companies came in. So one of the examples of that, for example, is in the United States, we have the Paycheck Protection Program, and we could see how fintechs like Kabbage, like Fundbox, like PayPal stepped in together with the banks to serve businesses. What is more, we actually saw, according to the latest results, then these fintechs, they served the populations that the banks didn't serve well. So for example, we could see in the United States that fintechs were serving Black communities, Latin American communities, people that didn't have bank account before. They made this process, all the process of receiving the loan, easy for them. And these customers went to the fintechs and not to the banks. So actually, fintechs are aware of the situation, of course, and according to the latest PwC survey, when they look at fintechs and which areas on finance they are aiming at, we see 28% talking about banking and payments, and 22% talking about insurance, asset management, and wealth management. That means that the technological companies see the advantage of getting into these markets, finding these underserved populations, serving them, and then basically getting to more populations and challenging the financial institutions. So when we're talking about fintechs in very short line, what are fintechs doing good in comparison to financial institutions? The truth is what they do is they do seamless and they do fast, and they have no fear most of the time. So these are the biggest challenges. And when we're talking about faster payments, this is one of the ways that financial institutions can serve their clients better. Now, basically, we have faster payments that the clients are happy about, but at the same time, we have this challenge of compliance and monitoring that need to work super fast to monitor transactions, to find the fraudsters, to find the cases that needs to be investigated, and to mitigate the risks. And here, I would just take a little break and just make sure that we understand what I'm talking about when I'm talking about real payments. So we have actually the real payments, which means instant settlement payments. It can be like RTL in the United States, or Shenzhen in Japan, or UPI, and so on. So we have various markets that we have these platforms. Then we have faster payments. Faster payments are not real-time payments because the settlement is not instant, but it is usually like a same-day settlement, so like ACH settlements or SEPA settlements, that the customers will receive money on the same day, but there is still a gap between the transaction and the settlement where some things can be done. In addition, we of course have card schemes and card payments for pay-ins and for payouts. And also there, even though we get the authorization straight away for the payment, the settlement, there is a gap between authorization and settlement, which can be used by risk managers, to do checks and, to stop transaction if, if they think that this is not valid transaction. So to summarize what happens with real time payments, the main two challenges are the speed of the transactions and the fact that it can't be reversed. That's another thing, okay? In many of these systems, it either can't be reversed at all, or the reversal is very complex. So once we send out the signal, if we want to cancel something, we need, to call the other side, the other bank, and to do, all this process, which can be very lengthy, and we can be wasting time on that. And where does it meet our risk monitoring teams? It means that they need to act fast and they have very low margin for error. So as the payments get faster and in general, all the transactions get faster, monitoring team need to work fast. Now we are meeting Batman again. And why is that? Because as I said, this is a great analogy for risk monitoring. Here you can see actually Michael Keaton in 1989 movie, and the screens that you have behind represent the Batcave. And the Batcave is actually the headquarters of Batman, where he supervises the events that happen in Gotham City in real time. And that is how he knows that something is going on. So basically for me, when I see this, I think, okay, wow, this is like the dream cockpit of any risk team out there. So I think, okay, all the risk teams actually want to be a Batman. Then we have the subtitle of the slide, and it's called Beyond the Fog Lies Clarity. And now what I want to talk to you about is the infrastructure that you need to have to allow real-time transaction monitoring. In order to create an ecosystem where we can do things very fast, we need to make sure that we have good infrastructure. I'm talking about IT operation model. Again, as I said, multiple platforms, legacy platforms that were built 20 years ago and nobody today knows how they work. This is a big challenge for institutions. It is something that should be invested in and reviewed and checked. The other thing is, once we know what we have, we need to think how we build the right architecture from now on forward. How do we connect all these systems? And I'm not necessarily talking about, ditching every system you have in the business. This is not possible. But reviewing if we can build some connection layer, or if we can build some kind of hub that collects all the transactions, that allows us then to monitor it better. And then to think, if we have new tools, how will we add these new tools? Again, it would be great if there is a layer that allows us to connect new tools, and then from that layer, we can inform all the relevant system in our ecosystem. Additional thing that is very important is the data. I would say that for most of the companies, after the legacy systems, the data quality is one of the main challenges, because we will talk further on about all the tools that we have today available. Many of these tools are basically will be useless if our data is not clean and not of good quality. We need to have data that we can work with and that we can actually compare data sets and make sure that we get the right conclusions out of the data. A final thing that is super important, in my opinion, is invest in talent. And by that, I'm not talking only about bringing, great managers and so on, by actually investing in the teams that we have on the ground. The teams need to understand how the business works, what are the business flows, how people transact, what is the meaning of each transaction, what are the dangers of each flow that we have in the transaction. They need to have confidence in the systems that they work upon. They need to know how systems work. And this will help them not to be afraid to mess things up, because this is one of the main fears. People simply afraid very often to do things differently or to suggest something new. And then basically we do not develop and we do not get new techniques of preventing fraud. So next, we can talk about transaction monitoring. So there are two levels on which we can monitor the transactions, and they're interconnected. So there is an account level monitoring and there is an event level monitoring. And I think that the account profiling and account level monitoring is the key to more efficient event level monitoring. So what I'm talking about when I'm talking about account profiling, first of all, know your customer. And I'm not referring here to the standard KYC procedures and due diligence that everybody is doing and sort of thinking that this is, oh, there's something we need to do, so let's just collect documents, check all the check boxes and move forward. Businesses should see this process as a process to really know and understand the customer that they're onboarding. To understand how the customer is intending to use the product, to understand what type of customer is this, okay? So how is he behaving? What can we expect from that customer? Additional thing that can be used is the customer intelligence. Actually, there are many tools that are used for marketing purposes in the acquisition funnels. So we're going to hunt after our leads in the different places, for example, even social media, networks, social networks, and so on. And we collect a lot of data about the clients there when they are not clients yet, when they are prospects. But when they become clients, sometimes we're just cutting that off and then they get into a different system that has zero visibility about what happened during the acquisition funnel. That should be fixed, in my opinion, because the client is not a 2D image that we should just, set a number of rules, and send him on his way. The client came to us with an intent and he came to us for a certain acquisition channel. That information can help us understand how we should monitor that customer and which profile he should be assigned to. Finally, we need to talk about periodical profiling and a review of profiles and data enrichment. So in many financial institutions, we have periodical review of all the portfolios and, and the VIP accounts and high risk accounts and so on. And then there are other accounts that are just forgotten and reviewed once in a while. So what I'm talking about when I say a periodical profile review, there are two things. First of all, we want to review our profiles themselves periodically and see if they're still relevant to the audience that we have, whether we need to add new profiles or whether we need to reduce the profiles or merge the profiles or whatever. The other thing that we need to see is our customers in the context of the profile that they were assigned to. Is this profile still relevant for that customer? Did he graduate to a different profile, to a different level? Or do we have a group of customers that we assign to a certain group, but we clearly see that they keep on triggering false positives, and maybe that means that we need to create a new profile group for them. Additional thing that we need to think about is the data enrichment. As I say, we acquire customers today through different channels. If we acquiring customers through social networks like TikTok or Instagram or Facebook or Reddit, and they choose a financial tool, maybe choosing their insurance company or they're choosing their investment platform through a social network, that means that social networks have big impact on these customers, and they will do other decisions. They will take other decisions, maybe influenced by these networks. So if you remember, I think in the beginning of the year, we had the GameStop incident when they initially started from Reddit chat where young people were discussing this GameStop stock, and it ended up in actual financial event where people were buying this stock on all the trading platforms and driving everybody crazy. Okay, the entire ecosystem. So this is not something to be taken easily. So if the people are coming from a certain source, we need to understand what does it mean for us, because also there are certain types of fraud that can be more particular for social networks, and also different social networks will have different types of fraud. Additional thing is when we have younger customers, they are more tech savvy, and many times they understand that the data have value. And when they understand that the data have value, they can trade this data and give us access to additional points of data. And we can maybe give them, some products or give them some perks or something like that, but we receive additional information about them, which can help us monitor better their behavior. So account profiling, what's the idea of account profiling? It doesn't mean that you need to have, endless number of profiles. No, I would say that most of the businesses would have between 4 and 12 profiles. If you are a really big company, you may have more, also depending on the market. We need to understand what each profile means, and we need to understand what kind of persona stands behind the profile. Then we need to review that constantly and assign the users, moving them from profile to profile. The next step is the actual transaction monitoring. When I'm talking about the transaction monitoring, I'm talking about reviewing different kinds of events. First of all, of course, financial transactions, pay-ins, pay-outs, transfer between accounts, and so on. But also any other event can give us a signal, such as sign-ins into applications, update of the profile, update of the payment details, adding new payment details, web analytics data, okay, how the customer behaves on different pages of our website or on different sections of our application. Just to give you an understanding of how it works, some time ago, we actually helped one of the customers to find out a fraud group by checking the times that it took clients to do the onboarding, the KYC process. This group was using real customers. They were actually tricking real customers into opening accounts and then manipulating these customers. And these were older people. And what we saw is all of a sudden we saw these customers that were onboarding like in a few minutes. They had all their application filled in. They had all the documents scanned in good quality. And they were like onboarding just a few minutes. All the checks were passing through and then they were onboarded. And then sometime after, we found out that there were additional transactions that were suspicious and they were fraudulent. Now, what happened is that once we saw that there are elderly people that have very short span of onboarding process, that basically led up a light, and we wanted to see what's going on there, because we know that even a regular user that is not an elderly person, it takes them time to onboard, takes them time to upload documents. Sometimes they don't have all the documents on them. And here we have this group of people onboarding very fast. So this is very important. Any type of event can help us identify fraud and prevent fraud before we even have the actual transaction take place. Additional thing that we need to address is the KPIs. So we have a team doing the KPIs, and we have in these alerts that we usually use. And still in many institutions, we have alerts as a main tool. Now, the alerts, first of all, need to be set by our profiles. We cannot have just the same alert with the same threshold, with the same number of transactions for every customer out there. We need to see, according to the profile, what makes sense to us. For example, a person that gets their salary regularly for one source of income and they have a certain pattern of spending the money, it's much easier for us to monitor than the person that has freelancer, maybe, gig economy, having several incomes. They all come in at different times all the time. This is much more complex. We cannot use the same alert to monitor that user profile. Then after we having our alert set, we cannot measure our team by just clicking, through the alerts and moving them from one status to another. This is not treating, first of all, our team right. And B, this is not really explaining them what is that they need to do. The idea is to fight crime. Okay, they can actually find out cases that are real crime and save real people's money and save our business's reputation. So it is extremely important to understand what is the processes that are there, how much time each process takes, why do we have some delays in some cases, and to have additional KPIs that are not only numeric KPIs to monitor the work of our team. Another thing that we need to do is that we need to understand that we have different level of professionals in the team, and we need to distribute the work among the professionals differently. So if you have younger team members, they can actually maybe do a more, more quantitative work and thus learn how the system works. And then we have people with experience who can actually treat the more complex cases. And even though it's going to take more time, it's still going to be less time than what it's going to take to a young person to do this investigation. Additional thing that we need to consider is the automation of the processes. We have great automate the processes. We should use these tools to monitor the processes. For example, things like, a customer goes into a certain status, we need to move him from that status. All that can be done today with RPA, and the actual analyst can get only the cases that the machine identify as a problematic cases. The final thing that we are aware today is machine learning. I think you already heard today some information about that. This is a big trend in the field of risk management and transaction monitoring. What I have to say about machine learning, we have to remember that this is a tool, and this is a tool that will work only if you have data quality. The data should be cleaned and fixed before we apply any of these tools. The other thing that we need to understand that the tool needs to be taught. Okay, so it's not that we are plugging it in and it understands everything and it just knows how business works. No, this is a learning process, and we need, again, people that we can benchmark against and understand how the machine benchmarks and how the machine thinks. Because one of the things that we hear from different companies is that we're getting a black box. We don't know how this model works, and then we're getting out the result. This is true. The only way to really understand whether the result is correct or not is to also run in parallel a human analyst and to see how he works and what's his result, and then try to see how can we feed this data into the machine to teach it how to get the right results. And then, yes, these tools can help us to streamline the processes greatly. The other thing that we need to remember is that we have the bias in the data. Okay, so we have the AI bias. It is a known thing today. It's not only the data needs to be clean, like technically of good quality, but also in the data, there can be a bias because we give an historical data to the machine, and the historical data can be biased against certain gender or maybe people in a certain group. And this actually happens. I will just give you a couple of examples. Hold on a second. I don't know why that doesn't work. Just let's see. Great. So here are some examples of the data bias. I don't know if you heard about Coded Bias, which is a movie on Netflix. Here it actually shows how that can work. This lady, Joy Buolamwini, she's an MIT professor. And in one of her researches as a student, she worked with face detection. And while she did it, she found out that the machines basically cannot read well faces that are not white. And later on, she found out that the machines also read better male faces than female faces. And it's not something intentional. It's just that the data that was given to machine to learn, there was a certain set of data. So that is how she basically the movie explains how she tries to explain to the legislators in the United States, about this bias and how the companies should be held accountable for that. Another example here, it's from 2019. There is this guy, Jamie, there's this guy and his wife. Basically, they're both applying to Apple Card, and they have the same assets, the same bank account and everything, and he gets much higher credit line than her. And then when she applies to extend the credit line, she is refused. And then this tweet started a whole thread of discussion about AI bias, and other people said that they experienced very similar thing. So what's the most funny thing out of all that when Apple and Goldman Sachs responded to that, the response was like, well, we don't have actually this parameter as gender, so it's not a gender bias. This is basically not understanding how machine learning works. They don't need a parameter of a gender. They rather would look at all the parameters that we have, and it can be the number of years a person works or the salary that they get, to understand that there is a certain group of users that they will consider as less less credible, or somebody that should get less credit line. So that is why we need all the time people comparing and checking the data and learning the machines, because the idea behind the machine learning is not to do the same mistakes we had before, but rather give them the model how the things should work in the future. So finally, once we have figured out and we have the right alerts for right profiles, we're not done yet. Now we have our teams there, and they still have maybe big numbers of alerts coming in and a lot of data happening and a lot of events happening. So we need to help them work correctly. And first and foremost, we need to reshuffle priorities. Usually what happens is we have a certain list of alerts that we need to go through, and people keep on going through these alerts again and again and again in the same order. This is not suitable when we're working in real time and with different groups of people through applications. The best way to go about it is actually to use agile sort of work flow, where the team's constantly reviewing what are the backlogs that they have. They're constantly reviewing the information and the alerts from third parties. And then at each day of work or each shift that they have, they would again reshuffle the list and decide what are the alerts that need to be taken care of first. The second thing that we need to consider is that there are different payment routes. As we said, there are real-time payments, there are same-day payments, and then there are card payments, and maybe we have wallets and so on. All of these payments, they work differently, and we can actually know in which order to address different payment trails, and also how to route the customers between different payment trails. For example, if we have a new customer coming in doing the first deposit, we do not have really to give him real-time payment straight away as a first deposit. We can give him the ACH payment to have this allowance, okay, of the settlement, and then review the transaction and stop it if you want to, or make it go through if you want to. If you want to allow for really real-time payment, and that's also something that fintechs do sometimes, is actually settle this transaction to the payee and then wait till the actual transaction settles to get our money back. This is risk-taking, but it is something that is possible and is done by many companies. Final thing that happens here is that the delay allowance is accessible for different payment rails. So even in real-time payment system, you have a certain number of transactions that can be delayed. This delay allowance is usually given you for technical reasons, because it's considered that you may have delays due to downtimes or something like that. But it doesn't really mean that you can't use it for other things. So it is important to understand what are the delay allowances and how and when we can use it. And if we use it, these are the things that should be treated first in our queue. So the team needs to know if we delayed something, this is the first thing that we need to review. Final thing that the businesses need to consider is the engagement of the customers. You need to engage your customer to fight fraud. Traditionally, we see an approach in many institutions, and especially financial institutions, where it's like the customer trusted us with his money. We will take care of his money. We need to protect the customer. Do not bother the customer. Doesn't matter what. Well, it may be true before people really had that approach, but today this is not so. The customers want to be much more involved, and again, there were surveys published about that. Younger customers even more so. The people are aware about threats, about cyber attacks, about security breaches and data breaches and compromises of data, even in the best institutions out there. So the customers are aware that the institution can do its best, but it's not always enough. And there can be a breach or there can be fraud, and the customer wants to be partaker in combating that fraud. So the institutions need to think how to implement tools and engage the customer, because we do have this, two sides of the story. On one side, we want to have frictionless flows. On the other side, we want to know that the customer responds to us when we have a real threat and we need the customer's intervention. Finally, let's talk about the fraudsters. Again, I will just give you a couple of examples here. The idea is for you to understand that even though we have great tools, including machine learning, the fraudsters doing exactly the same thing. The fraud is very intricate these days. So you can see here some examples. For example, here again, this was published on Twitter, and CEO of Lendio basically wrote here, okay, want a glimpse into what lenders are experiencing with identifying the fraud. And he shows here a deep fake of the photos of people that apply for insurance or apply for financial services. Basically, there's one person that has fake IDs of, for different persons, and they have a mask. They basically have deep fake technology. Now, what we saw up until now, that the deep fake worked very good in the photos. It didn't work so good in the videos, live streaming. So we were using that. But we do see now that also changes. We see now much more intricate frauds that work even in real time. Additional type of fraud, of course, it's also deep fake of voice. And here is another example. Criminals use artificial intelligence-based software to impersonate a chief executive's voice and demand a fraudulent transaction. Basically, there was a CEO in the UK. His chief executive gave a call and asked to transfer money. Now, I also have to say that the other person was from Germany and he had a German accent. So that may be also something that was more complicated for the person to identify as a fake. But in any place, they managed to trick this person to transfer 220,000 euros to them. And then how they caught them, because they called again and they attempted to do this again. And at this point, this person understood that there was a problem and he contacted the bank, and all this case started to unveil. What I wanted to tell you, showing you these fraud cases, is that there are bumps in the road, okay? And we need to be prepared for failure. Again, we know that the financial institutions have the right procedures in place on how to treat breaches and how to take care of incidents and how to investigate. But the main thing that I want to bring across is that it's not only doing this, procedures inside of our company, but we also need to narrate whatever happened to us to the outside world. Again, because we have news that travel fast. Actually, the same fraudsters that did fraud on you, they will tell the entire world about what they did. First of all, they're going to tell to their friends on the darknet, and to allow them also to try, and do the same thing. But also they can tell about it on the social networks, and then the newspapers found out, and then, it all unveils, before our eyes. So it's very important, if something happened, be the narrator, narrate it in the way that you need, be the first to narrate and to explain things. It is very important to be open and sincere, and to be proactive and to provide details, as much as possible, but to really explain to the customers what happened and to give your side of things. And we also need to be proactive with how, what are the compensations that we're going to give to customers, and to explain every step of the process and invite our customers to a dialogue, because as I said, customers are aware and they want to be part of all this process. The final thing that I want to tell you here, that is also very important to remember, that you have your teams on the ground, and if fraud happened, they are probably very nervous, and they're probably thinking, oh, what's going to happen to us? And it's very important to talk to them as well, and to make sure that they're in a good state of mind to keep on working and doing their work. Because if they're afraid, and again, they have this fear of doing things and making another mistake, we're basically stopping them from preventing new fraud that's coming our way. So this is my presentation. I hope it was useful for you and interesting for you. And let me know if you have any questions.
Hello, Maria. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. It was really very interesting, and it was an enlightening presentation. You have explained so many critical areas which are solid need of the hour. So thank you so much for your time and effort you took to share your knowledge and experience. We hope to see you again in our next conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Bye. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, our next presenters are Brad Carr and Kenneth French from Institute of International Finance, and they will be with us within few moments. Stay connected. Thank you. प्ले करो वहां से म्यूट किया था अनब
IIF in Washington, and I'm joined today by my colleague Conan French. And we're going to give you a snapshot of some work that the IIF and Deloitte have done together over the last 18 months, looking at the challenges and success factors that financial institutions face in their digital transformation journeys. Conan, to get us underway, do you want to give some quick background about our project?
Thanks, Brad. It's been a really exciting opportunity to talk to more than 180 leaders from the C-suite and financial institutions and senior policymakers and regulators about what they're seeing in the digital transformation of the industry and what the challenges and enablers are. So it's been really important, I think, for us to be able to hear firsthand, and that's what we hope comes through in this report, is that firsthand direct perspective and experiences.
Absolutely, and I think, Conan, if we look at some of the key takeaways and what we're going to talk through here today, we'll start off by looking at some of the top challenges that were identified. We'll then go from that into some of the key enablers and success factors for overcoming those challenges. We'll overlay it into the context, obviously, of COVID and what that has meant in the way that a lot of transformation efforts have been accelerated or amplified over the last year. And we'll then put it also into the context of the evolving ecosystem dynamics. To start with on the challenges, and I think it was really striking that we saw a lot of both internal and external challenges that financial institutions identified. And we've laid out the top 9 here, which we'll probably just talk about a couple of them. I do also want to give the context that this is a year ago. We actually published this first report on the top 9 challenges in February of 2020. And so in some ways, it is perhaps the time capsule of the pre-COVID impressions. And I think probably what we've seen is that some of these challenges are indeed constants or timeless. Others are perhaps morphed a little bit with the circumstances of how the world has evolved since then. But I want to start by calling out a couple of what I sometimes call two sides of the one coin between the external and the internal. And if we focus on the theme of partnerships between an incumbent financial institution and a fintech firm. And we see, if you look at external challenge number 3, that often the fintechs are not ready to be able to partner with a regulated bank or an insurer. Perhaps they're not scalable, perhaps they're not enterprise ready, perhaps they're not familiar with the requirements of regulation and a risk-conscious institution. Some of the issues around recognising that terms and conditions documents, for instance, are thought of as having a great importance in an incumbent firm. But on the other side, the financial institutions themselves are not always ready to partner with a fintech, which is internal challenge number 2. And that a lot of those incumbent firms, perhaps they lack the agility, sometimes their existing cultures, sometimes their remuneration structures, not always conducive for being able to work with the fintech. So this is a shared problem that both sides need to adapt at, both sides need to improve. Ultimately, I think it's a critical space. The Singapore FinTech Festival of November 2019 really had this notion of bank fintech partnerships, I think, is probably the number 1 theme of that event. So it's a critical piece to be able to bring together the customer bases of incumbent firms together with the great innovators. But there are some shared hurdles that we need to overcome there. Conan, what else would leap out at you from this set of challenges?
Well, I think external challenge number 2, the inconsistent data regimes, is something that we heard over and over again. And there you have a number of issues converging. You have open banking laws in some markets and open banking encouragement in a lot of markets, really breaking open some financial data, but you don't have that reciprocity or symmetrical flows where customers could choose to have some of their data from, say, digital platform companies inform the next generation of credit and risk models. So I think that that's one issue. And these inconsistent data regimes can lead for data being really locked up in some sectors and some corporations and not being able to flow and benefit citizens, individuals, and families kind of equally across the society. So that's one area. The other is evolving on the internal side, the evolving talent models and the fact that they need new skills, different skills, and people who are thinking and working a little differently than they have traditionally in financial institutions. And I think that that's a challenge, both how do you incentivize these folks, how do you give them meaningful, focused work and retain them. So not just sourcing talent, but being able to retain that talent and have them really focus and evolve your product offerings over time continues to be an internal challenge.
And I think actually, Conan, if we pivot from talking about challenges to enablers, I think that point you make there about talent is a really important one, and one that we saw, really come to the fore in a lot of the discussions we had. And I think to one of your points there, I went into this thinking that we would hear that talent was a problem or a challenge, both in being able to source that talent and in retaining it. But we overwhelmingly heard that it was the retention side that was the challenge. And we had one chief innovation officer at a major global insurer talking about this notion that we give great apprenticeships, that we're able to bring in talent and we're able to give them the opportunity to work with large data sets, to learn about the expectations that such a firm has in terms of the ethical use of data, and that they then become incredibly valuable elsewhere throughout the industry. And so there is that element of the challenge, but I think also we heard a lot about how some of the new tech talent, they want to be able to work with the great new tools. They particularly want to be able to have a sense of corporate purpose. And this was I think, a point we heard a lot about, was this notion of purpose. And it's one that I think as employers, a lot of financial institutions are increasingly giving greater attention to, given the prevalence that has amongst staff. Conan, do you want to add further to that on the culture side?
Yeah, I think that we saw really strong links for those points that you just made, really strong links between the culture of an institution and the talent, and trying to evolve the culture so that there is the ability for people to have a purpose and a focus and a sense of what they're doing that might be a little different than the culture and the mission and the focus of the last generation. I also think that when trying to drive innovation and transformation in an institution that is as closely regulated as financial services, and also has such a trusted position with customers of holding their resources, their assets, and their data, that trying to balance the innovation culture where you saw a number of new entrants being successful because they were failing fast and moving fast and breaking things. And I think some have observed, the moment you start a phrase with fail, that's probably a pretty big clash with a very risk-focused financial services industry. So figuring out how to get that culture and how to bring some innovation into a culture while maintaining those smart risk processes and managing sort of the enterprise appropriately moving forward is a balancing act. And that's why that's an area that successful leaders who have managed to transform that culture to bring in sort of the best of both activities are seeing success.
It's a great point you make, and when you talk about that, the culture of experimentation, the culture of accepting failure. I mean, we've heard it a lot in the interviews we've had in this program. But when I referenced the Singapore FinTech Festival a couple of years ago, I hosted a panel there in which Marius from the Bank of Lithuania, the central bank, that made the same point, that we don't have traditionally an expectation or an acceptance or an appetite for failure, and this is an interesting challenge culturally, both for banks and insurers and also for those that regulate them. But Conan, can I get you to continue with this theme around some of the success factors, and perhaps if you can talk a bit also about some of the organisational foundations?
Yeah, when we're talking about true digital transformation and not just digitizing current offerings, it means that you want to have the organization rethinking their product and service mix, looking at the capabilities and the strategic position that they have, and thinking about how to carry it forward. The classic example is if Cunard had thought about moving people across the Atlantic rather than being in the shipping business, we might all be wondering what's up with our Cunard points and when the Cunard flights will resume over to London. And I think that these organizational foundations that are being established today are really essential to bring forward those new products and services that a digitized economy really needs for financial intermediation in the future. And partnerships and the ecosystem approach is sort of a key to that. And when thinking about partners, what we heard over and over again is being really proactive and thoughtful was important. So no matter what strategy institutions were pursuing, when it came to regulators and supervisors, really connecting their experts with their counterparties so that there was direct information flow from new subject matter expert to new supervisory staff. I think in big tech platforms, it's an incredibly complex and multidimensional relationship. And so thinking through and understanding that map where the cloud service provider might be a key strategic partner of yours going forward, but other aspects of the platform may be a key competitor going forward. And so really thinking that through and making sure that your approaches are tied to your strategy. And similarly in fintech partnerships, what we heard again and again, and you brought forward in the challenges section, is making sure that your institution is set up to deal with each other. So whether that's creating and opening up APIs so that new fintech partners can move quickly and you don't have a one-of process to open up data and information over and over again. But that gap where 6 months might be a fast process at a legacy institution and it may be half of a life cycle at a startup, trying to bridge that gap is key. And then investors and analysts, this was something that, again, pre-COVID seemed to be a little bit more of an issue, were those investor expectations. But I think what continues forward now is that tension between short-term and long-term. So what drives earnings this quarter versus what is a strategic imperative for the long-term health of the enterprise. So getting those foundations in place, we think is essential for successful firms moving forward.
Yeah, and I think your last point there is a really important one that we probably need to give more attention to. And in our most recent discussions with our good partners at Deloitte in this program, we've been talking a lot this notion of there are some firms that have really prioritised and made a focus in how they transform themselves to be able to better deliver the things that customers currently want. And perhaps others that have thought it more as trying to predict what customers might want in the future and ensure that they're adapting to that moving target perhaps. But there's also this question of, well, actually, is it more about how you adapt yourself for the longer term in the sense of being able to be flexible, being able to be agile and adaptive to the fact that you don't necessarily know where the market or customers' expectations may go, and ensuring that you've got the capabilities to move with that. I think your notion there, Conan, of the investor tension between the short term and the long term, I think it manifests itself in so many ways within a financial institution, and part of that ability to look at the long-term horizon is one area where we see that constantly emerge. You've referred a little there also to COVID, and that's a great segue to where I wanted to go next, and that's to touch on, I guess it's the big issue of the last year, and we talk a lot about it and we don't want to labour the point, but at the same time we can't ignore it. And of course, many will have seen I think certainly on Twitter last year, we saw some people posting the survey questions or the multiple choice questions of who was responsible for the digital transformation at your firm. Was it the CEO or the Chief Digital Officer or the CFO, or was it COVID-19? And I think, we do see, obviously, a lot of people have referred to how they've seen 10 years of innovation suddenly occur within a month. NatWest CEO Alison Rose, member of our board of directors, spoke in our annual meeting in October about how, in a lot of ways, it was things that the bank had built for years that suddenly were being used as customers' adaptations, customers' patterns suddenly emerged. And I often think of a great comment that Megan Green, a Harvard economist, made about 18 months ago, in which she talked about how historically, every time there's been a new technological innovation, it's taken a long, long time to show up in productivity data. She gave the example of the PC that took 25 years to show up at all in any form in productivity, because of the long lag that's often been there for humans to learn how to actually properly use and function with a particular new technology. And I do wonder if one of the lasting stories of COVID-19 is that nexus may have been broken, that video conferencing technology that has been around for years, suddenly we've all started using it. So I think that is going to be a really interesting piece to view historically as we look back, how much that sudden forced adaptation has driven those patterns so much. But there's other ways that customer expectations have changed with the new experiences as well. Conan, we've called out a few things on the slide we have here, but I think are there a couple of things that you'd like to highlight here as well?
That's right. In addition to accelerating trends, I think it's also really amplified the impact for those institutions that were ready for this disruption and had started to think about how they differentiate their product, how they work in an external landscape that's driven more by big tech and digital flows. You know, they're in a much better position to sort of surf this COVID wave of accelerated transformation and see better impacts. And so as we saw, one of the challenges is differentiation. You know, people used to go to institutions that were near them or they had a tradition of, and as financial intermediation starts to melt a little bit into the background, trying to figure out how to differentiate your product, trying to figure out how you continue to drive customer flow is, I think, an important piece of that. And of course, it's a landscape that's increasingly shaped by the hyperscale digital platforms. And again, these institutions are running, you know, back end, front end. And so COVID has really pushed forward and amplified the impact of lots of these trends that we see in the ecosystem.
Mm. And I think with lasting impacts that are going to have profound implications for bank strategies and for the viability of different business models going forward. So maybe if we pivot from that then to talk a bit about the ecosystem. And we've framed this as the ecosystem of both partners and competitors because, to a point that Conan was making a couple of slides ago, you know, this notion of the fintech firms, the big tech firms, we've seen a very obvious trend that's emerged here, even pre-COVID, in the BIS data shown here, that it has become the big tech firms that are the more significant entrants into the competitive landscape, at least in terms of bank lending shown here. But I think it's significant that the conversation maybe 5 years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, was about this notion of unbundling, and that fintech firms were entering into financial services, taking particular slithers of business, unbundling the traditional mix of financial services. And we've seen that the conversation has moved in the last 2 or 3 years more to one of rebundling, and that it's more the more prevalent trend is perhaps the big tech firms taking particular parts of financial services and being able to bundle those with what they do in other environments, whether it's in different types of technology services, within social media, within e-commerce and the like. There was a great piece written by BBVA, Pablo Urbiola, a former colleague of ours last year on this, but also a topic that Pentti Hakkarainen, ECB board member, spoke about in one of our events last September. So this notion of the rebundling, it changes, I think, a lot of the dynamic of how banks or insurers look into the different tech firms that they might both partner with and compete. There are asymmetries like open banking, and Conan referred to this earlier in terms of the major challenges and the data asymmetries. And the fact that we have arrangements where, for instance, a consumer in a lot of jurisdictions is able to tell their bank, go and share my payments data with a tech firm, for instance, but there's no reciprocal obligation on the tech firm. It does give rise to this situation where the ability to be able to take financial data and data from other walks of life and put those together and to be able to then run more sophisticated analytics is perhaps a space which is exclusively now for big tech firms, which is a piece that I think is influencing a lot of the increased focus that global regulators are placing on the role of big tech firms, their role in the financial sector and the regulatory imperative, if you like. We've seen a speech by Augustin Carstens, the BIS General Manager, in January, a subsequent report from the Financial Stability Institute and their chairman, Fernando Restoy, that have put a big focus on how financial regulators are going to look into those arrangements. And I think this is going to be one of the big themes to look to in the year ahead. Cloud is a big topic on that, and I want to expand into that in a moment. But Conan, did you want to add a little further on this one before I do?
Yeah, I just think those complexities that you were talking about when it comes to big tech and the landscape where embedded finance and embedded payments are becoming more and more the norm just makes these incredibly complex and multidimensional relationships. And as you said, financial services firms are thinking through their strategies and moving forward with them, and regulators are also trying to figure out, you know, how to manage this changing ecosystem for financial services.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So let's now go to talk a little bit further about cloud, and we certainly see this as being one of the major foundational technologies for being able to participate in the new economy. I do think it's significant that the key benefits of cloud, or at least where the conversation is, has probably evolved a bit over the course of the last 2 years. Perhaps it was once considered to be about cost. Perhaps it was once considered to be about keeping the lights on and ensuring operational continuity. But I think in the course of the last 12 months and the learnings from COVID, I think the conversation has really heavily gravitated more to cloud's role as being able to enable new products, new services, new sophisticated analytics. And so it is still very much about how you protect data and how you keep the lights on. But I think it is more importantly about how do you deliver the business models that are going to be viable in the future. And the fact that cloud is really an essential enabler now for that. A lot of the work that we've done at the IIF about machine learning and AI technology has really pointed to this great challenge of how do you get all of your many great sources of data together into a single data lake from which you can then run your algorithms. And cloud, I think, has a really critical, important role there, getting past some of the traditional data silos that have probably plagued the sector. But also that we are staring into this environment where customer preferences, customer expectations have been elevated through the COVID period with the experiences in other sectors, in streaming for entertainment, with e-commerce, for instance, that as customers are expecting greater immediacy, but also greater personalization, it's very hard to see how you can do that without cloud. And I call out here the quote from Professor Chris Brummer at Georgetown University, a great friend of ours here in Washington, who made this observation last year of this paradox of how do you achieve economies of scale and also achieve these expectations of customization. And I think cloud has a really critical role in that. In the course of our most recent focus groups and interviews for this project with Deloitte, we found that both with banks, bankers and insurers, and also with regulators, that this conversation has very much gravitated to this point about cloud adoption. But we heard a couple of really interesting, in some ways, competing stories. And we heard a lot, firstly, that we had a number of the bankers telling us it's really critical that we can move to cloud. Regulators are often making that challenging. There's a lot of things we have to do, specific regulatory requirements and the implementation. Quite often it's different from one country to the next. And if we operate a cross-border business, we have to face into all of that. So there was certainly that sense of frustration, I think, from some bankers and insurers that regulators were complicating the adoption of cloud. On the other hand, we had a number of the senior regulators we spoke to that gave the view of, look, we get it. Banks do need to move to cloud. It is a really important strategic imperative to be viable into the long term. But it's not easy to make that implementation. And quite often, a chief technology officer at a bank may have a relatively short tenure. It's easier for them to kick the can down the road and leave it for their successor to worry about, and then to blame us poor regulators as the scapegoat. And Conan and I and our friends at Deloitte spent a lot of time trying to reconcile these two views. And what I think we've emerged with is we need to be conscious that the regulators we were speaking to were heads of the agency or heads of the innovation department, perhaps at the agency, and that there is a lot of alignment between them and between the C-suite people at the banks that understand the strategic imperative and understand the challenge and the magnitude that they need to face up to, but that this is becoming an essential. Whereas perhaps 3 rungs down at the regulator, perhaps the person at the examiner level hasn't had quite that same level of strategic focus and is perhaps assessing cloud more from the expectations of traditional regulatory requirements. I don't want that to sound like a criticism of the regulators, because I actually think the same thing is true inside a lot of the banks, and that a lot of the compliance functions within banks are still coming to grips with this technology as well. So I think one of the key emerging issues we're seeing here is this knowledge gap, but very much a shared knowledge gap within the financial institutions and within the regulators to ensure that everybody can appreciate the strategic importance, appreciate where this is a driver of future business viability. And I think it's a piece that we're all going to be on as a journey together probably for some time. So Conan, I'll give you the last word. That sort of, I think, probably summarises or runs through the content that we wanted to cover. But if I can invite you perhaps just to outline the future of our series and to close for us.
Yeah, speaking of that journey together, that's what we really looked at in the most recent set of focus groups and discussions with industry leaders, and looking at issues like the financial services industry expanding beyond the traditional institutions, the ecosystem really blurring boundaries, the fact that data continues to be an essential raw material for the economy, and trying to figure out how we do a better job of creating good frameworks for the use and management of data, across sectors and importantly across national boundaries. You see some preliminary work in trade agreements trying to grapple with this, but the fact that it really isn't a good common rule book for the use of data around the world. And so these are the issues that we're excited to dive into next and share with upcoming audiences. So we hope that you found this a great session today, and we appreciate you joining us for this one, and we look forward to seeing you on other sessions as the program continues today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brad Carr and Conan French, for your wonderful presentation. It was very informative session, and thank you so much for joining us. We are looking forward to work with you again in our next conference. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is Camilio Amersi from Absa Bank. So he will be with us within a few moments, so stay connected. Thank you.
Let me start explaining who am I on this process. So I'm from Mozambique, many in the capital call it Maputo. I did electronic engineer in the beginning of my career. Then I joined the telco sector, which I was there for pretty much 7 years. After that, I moved for the financial sector, which I'm currently based in a bank, trying also to be some kind of a LinkedIn influencer, just to express my ideas and so on. Being a researcher, I'm married, have 2 daughters. Sometimes I'm a cooker, but pretty much I deal with data in my daily basis. There is a lot of things related with data, such as understanding performance, but my main focus is mainly understanding behaviors and patterns too. I do believe in the power of observation to make massive impact in society. So this is pretty much my place where I used to work in a daily basis, and I'll be talking about this topic. But sorry, let me just tell you a disclaimer. I can be working in a company, but what I'll be presenting in here, I think it's just my personal view of this topic. Is not really what we have in the company, but just take this in conscious, saying that this is my personal view. So, big question: what this is all about? Why we are talking about data in a conference related with digital transformation and fintech? And if you go even deeper to understand that fintech as a topic, it's already big. It's a big topic, and once you merge with the digital transformation, it becomes even bigger in a way that there are even masters in digital transformation available there. can even go deeper to understand there are these digital strategies, design, or even understanding technology available on that. So my point in here was first to understand where does data plays within these two big giant, I think, elephants, and my solution was pretty much clear. In any topic that you want to make a solution, just need to understand that there is a Mr. Customer, and once you understand that there is a customer, everything changes in terms of perspective. Changes in terms of perspective because everyone, for everything that a human being is doing, or even a company, it generates some kind of data. Can be available on data warehouses, can be available on observation. But once you understand the data which is available, you can generate some massive results for anything that you do. It's pretty much anything that you do. And I get in here to find a solution. I could write something from scratch, but since I think pretty much all the solutions are already available in the market, you just need to tweak and find the best optimal way to put on your business. My advice is just go to Google and find what Google has to say about this topic. So I went to Google and I was I asked for how to do this soft digital transformation integration in fintech, and you know, Google always give you 1,000 results, and just look for the first 10 pages, and you can have some kind of a view of what can be done. So I added this topic, and I was a bit impressed in terms of solutions, such as Google just mentioned. Instead of asking how to have a soft digital transformation, you can just understand your customer base for any transformation. That's a good way to see. Also, by creating some kind of personas for a soft transformation based on behavior. So you can just transform anything to fintech, but by understanding the behaviors of your customers and correlating this with personas, I think you will have some kind of a soft transformation process, and you will need somehow skills, and for that I think it's a major and other big topic as well. Have understanding what are the correct people to work with you on this digital transformation, and somehow as well you might need to have these joint ventures with fintechs which are already available in the market. There are some space for consultancy, no doubt for that, because having this topic of data, you never know the companies which are playing on the data field, they understand how to slice and dice the data from the market or even from the companies as well, in terms of creating fast interpretation. So also, I guess one of the points for any transformation is a group of people which are afraid to transform. The process of transformation will always create some doubts of what will happen after the transformation, but there is also the group of people which knows that if they don't transform the business, they might lose their jobs, and also the kind of people which know that if the transformation goes really well, they probably can have some kind of promotion. You never know. And Yeah, I guess if we could reach this level where AI will do all the entire job and will just stay there, do nothing, that will be the end goal probably. But that I think that wasn't really the result from Google, but this could be the result. I do believe in page 50 they will generate some kind of answers like that. But returning for this topic, and since we are talking a lot of things about the customer profile, I guess one of the ways is to understand what are the key KPIs that we can take from a customer, and if you start from age, understanding that customers with the different ages, they behave in different ways, and this can also be correlated with locations, because different ages in a different locations can create a different profiles as well. And if you just put also a new topic such as income, with where income it's directly correlated with the job title, which will generate hobbies for the person, and at the same time it will generate some a group of challenge that the customer has for their lives, and in top of that, it's mainly each human being. It's they just want to reach their personal goals in life. You just need to understand how to support them to reach their goals in the right ways, or at least in the ways that your company are willing to provide. Once you find all that, you can feel yourself that you have this big machine which will be working for you, supporting your digital transformation to reach the fintech world, on the financial sector, or even in any sector. And for that, I have I just prepared 8 points. I could be more, but I think the 8 points are the most important points for this process. With the first point is to understand the problem that you are trying to solve. Most people just go for the solution, trying to bring a vendor or a specific tool without really understanding which problem they are trying to solve. And this I can even divide in 2 groups. For example, if you're starting a company from scratch, you don't have a customer base, and then you your challenge will be mainly to understand the market that you are located, and taking the pains that you hear from the market to generate or the problem that you want to solve. But also there is this view of if you already have a customer base and legacy systems such as platforms and so on, there is this process of creating transition from one time to another, and that process can be can generate more challenge than the first choice. It really depends on that having the feedback of your customer. I'll not say much, but really important. So in terms of context, most companies know the problem, they know the technology, but they don't put in terms of context, in terms of where, when, you, and why they are delivering that transformation. Most of the cases is mainly because some data is not available anywhere, such as culture data. You don't understand culture within the transactions. It's rural are also thinking in a different way from the urban areas, because they also don't have the same access in terms of technology based on location. All that is part of the contextual analysis for your transformation. Can be acquired through data, but I think it's in here. It's mainly by observation on the process. Even though you want to evaluate your industry, you just need first to understand what is the state of art of what you want to solve. And what you want to solve, it's by asking, you should ask yourself what your competitors are already doing so far. Does they have the product that you want to develop, and what is the process that they are doing at the moment? What are the times, the KPIs? Otherwise, it will generate scenarios such as your competitor is doing, let's say, a pie, and it takes 2 hours, and you are planning to do the same pie, but you will take 1 day. You did the transformation on your process, but still worse than if you compare with what is available in the market. So there is this contextual link to the industry and what needs to be done in terms of surveys available. So second other point is, after acquiring all this information, you just need to start building your personas, group of personas, understanding the preferences, the aspirations of each group of people. Understanding daily routines. People somehow have routines if they don't change in a daily basis in terms of habits and what are the pain points within their lives as well, and what really influence their choices. Can be the social media, the TV, and so on. But from all that, you can create from the context, from the information that was seen in the early points. Can be from observation, or even from the available data that you have within your premise. And finally, it's start analyzing and iterate on a customer personas. Since you already have an idea of what you want to solve, you went to the process of exploring and understanding the problem. Just need to start measuring and analyze how your transition, your transformation is happening, and data really plays a major point in terms of how to have this transition, showing if you are moving forward or not. You just need to implement and focusing that you will be optimizing the product based on what is available already in the market. Don't wait too much. Launch the product, sell it, and keep it improving Otherwise, people tend to wait for the best solution in class, and while you wait for the best solution, you lost your time of delivering on the right time where the customer really wants the product. Let me just end with my last tip, and I'll be reading this saying, for any transformation, you just need to have the right team. And right team, it's because one person can't really do everything without support of the right persons. You also need to have this group of dreamers which understand your dream, but also the same dreamers, they should be able to perform the task. Otherwise, people will just speak. And if you fail, learn just to fail fast and return to your normal step. Focus on the solution that you want to deliver. For now, I end my presentation. Many
Okay, so thank you so much, Camilio, for your wonderful presentation and for your valuable contribution. We hope you can join us again in our next conference. So thank you so much. And I'll ask the audience that if they have any question, they can ask you in the Q&A session. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this has been a wonderful conference. I have enjoyed listening to the talks from our keynote valued speakers, and it is a privilege and honor to be entrusted with such an undertaking at a gathering of such eminent people from different parts of the world. So no, thank you so much to our esteemed presenters for your valuable point of view. So now we have reached at the end of our conference. So on behalf of Platinum Global Solutions, I would like to thank all the stakeholders, including speakers, delegates, and sponsors. So without whom this conference would not have been possible. So I extend my best wishes to you all, and we will be back with novel themes in coming month in the field of private banking and wealth management e-conference. So have a nice day, stay safe. Thank you so much.